I have two different presentations like this that cover kind of two different areas of career stuff, music business stuff, and I'm going to go through both of them this morning informally. Like, I don't want to do like, here's my presentation, blah, blah, blah. So what we've done in the past here at Alba is I would give this presentation in one of the like afternoon lecture spots where I have an hour, like all the other faculty to, say like, here's what you need to know about business. And I'm always just like super running out of time. So Elliot said, let's devote a whole day to it. And then that frees up an afternoon for me. So what I want to do is, this presentation was designed to be done in an hour at like a quick clip.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that. We're going to take our time, we're going to go slow, and we're going to go into everything. This material works best as a conversation rather than a lecture. So converse, ask questions. To that end, some of this material we're going to be talking about money and making money and stuff like that. It can get a little personal. It can get a little uncomfortable. So we're just going to kind of declare this safe space to ask anything you want. Nothing's off the table. Nothing's too personal for me. You can ask me anything you want, and I will either give you a good answer or eloquently dodge it. No, just feel free to ask anything. I won't hold it against you. No, nothing's too dumb or too personal or anything. Then in the afternoon, we're going to go a little bit deeper into entrepreneurship stuff and go through that little thumb drive I gave you last time. Had a whole big folder of documents. Those documents are hard to get your hands on, which is why I'm giving them to you. And I want to go through them. So they're like commission agreements, and I want to teach you how to read them. Commission agreements, travel engagements, all kinds of stuff, record contracts, NDAs, there's tons of stuff. So we're going to go through those, and then I'm going to show you how to take those documents and modify them for your own purposes, right? So that you have all of those documents. Cool, sound good? Cool. Okay, so let me tell you how I came into this stuff. So, my most recent job at Augsburg University, where it says, I need to update this, because this is the job I just quit, but I quit as associate professor. So, this is sort of funny. So, the thing I did at Augsburg was, I took that job not really wanting a job, and then, but I wanted to get tenure. I wanted as like a personal accomplishment, I wanted to get tenure somewhere. So I took that job and basically told myself I'll do it till I get tenure. So this year I was awarded tenure, and the next day after the president sent me a letter that said, hey, you got tenure, congratulations. I said, sweet, I quit. So, so I got promoted to associate professor and then I quit. But now I can say I got tenure somewhere. So I don't work there anymore. But when I was there, I was the head of the music business program and music business and technology, we called it. So I taught a lot of the music business classes. I did not go to school for music business at all. I went to school for composition and electronic media stuff. But I learned how to do all this stuff really trial by fire. I made a lot of mistakes. I got sued a few times. And I just kind of had to do it because I found myself kind of about halfway through my doctoral program. I landed in a situation where there was an opportunity to start a company. So I did that. And then there was an opportunity to work for a record label and work for a film studio and work for all these other things. And I just kind of had to figure it out because no one taught me how all this shit works. And I'm going to swear a lot. Sorry. This is really like in the trenches how stuff works. This is not like book learning stuff. Yeah, that's all I want to say about that. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Talk about that. Okay, shout out questions anytime. Normally, when the topic of music business comes up, if you take like, have you taken any kind of music business class? No? Cool. When you do take like a music business class at a college, in the rare case where you are offered one, it's going to focus, typically, they focus a lot on the PRO stuff and copyright stuff. I don't really want to talk about copyright stuff. Copyright's kind of easy. Do you know how copyright works?
Generally.
You write something, you own it.
Yeah.
That's how it works. There you go. End of semester. You don't need to file paperwork with the USPTO, copyright law in the US, of which you three live. Copyright law in the US says as soon as you create something, you own it. You can file for a copyright and do all this fancy stuff, but all that really does is prove that you did it first, right? If you write something and post it online, that's pretty good proof that you did it first. So we won't focus very much on copyright. Okay, I really want to focus primarily on how to make money. That's my thing. That's my whole thesis for the day. How you can make money in ways that don't change your artistic sensibilities, your artistic vision at all. How you can keep doing what you're doing and try to make money. But let's dive into that just a little bit first. You all write music and you want to make a living writing music, right? This is, in a way, this kind of defies the laws of rational economics, right? Like, if you write a really cool avant-garde orchestra piece, there's not a lot of money to be made from that, right? There are just like natural laws of economics, there's supply and demand. Like, who needs that? Who needs to pay money for that? Like, kind of no one, right? It's a luxury item. Some people may buy a ticket to go see it performed. An orchestra may pay you a commission but that's not like, you know, I mean, like, that happens for Aaron J. Curtis. That doesn't happen for you and I. It might someday, but no. So it's hard to make a living just writing music. We could go the obvious route and you could teach music. That is something that people do need, you know, like there is a demand for that. But there's also a lot of people that do it, and you need to separate yourself somehow. So that goes a little bit into kind of self-marketing and self-promotion. So we'll talk a little bit about that too. Who is planning on, let me ask this a different way. Tell me what your plan, if you have one, is post-school. So are we all still in school? Yes? Okay. What is your dream job after school? That's what I'm trying to ask. Are you looking for a professorship? You're looking for a church gig?
Maybe.
Well, maybe. Yeah, you just kind of said maybe.
Yeah.
Church gigs are great. Church gigs are great. The professorships are good if you can get them. So, what's your plan? What do you want to do? Professorship?
Probably writing a combination of like music for media and concert music.
Cool. Music for media.
Like film and games.
Yep, that's great. And when you say and concert music, you mean
Classical music.
writing concert music, but like the gig there is like commission work.
Yeah, but probably not for orchestras because I have no real interest in
Not for orchestras, like
It
chamber
doesn't
music.
feel like it's worth it. Just randomly writing orchestra music and hoping someone, unless you get commissioned, which
I agree.
I will not.
Well, you might. But see, the thing about commissions is that for people like us, if, how can I say this? Getting commissions is easy to do if you get a lot of commissions. Does that make sense?
It does.
Like
but
the ball starts rolling, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy to do. I think if he does the same presentation that he did last year, in Elliot's presentation, he's going to talk about commissions that he's got. I don't want to spoil it, so I'm not going to go into it, but it's not many. Even someone like Elliot, you know. So, but commissions do exist. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're looking like, how can I pay my rent? Commissions for people that are not, you know, Aaron J. Kern's top of their game, are a lottery ticket. You can't pay your rent with a lottery ticket. You know, like you might get some winners, and you might not. So it's tough. But once you get to a point where you're getting a lot of winners, then yeah, you can kind of plan on that. But okay, cool. So higher ed, church or higher ed or something, and media, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk about all of those things. I'm not going to talk about church gigs too much because that's the thing I have the least experience in. But we'll talk about those other things and how to position yourself to get those gigs and those jobs. Okay. Any questions so far? Cool. All right. So, money is gross. This is kind of a riff on that phrase, that quote by someone. I should have looked it up. I can't remember who said it, but there's some famous quote where somebody said, "Talking about music is like fucking about architecture." You guys know that quote? I can't remember who said it. It's really funny to me. What am I notes on this? So we're going to talk about the intersections of capitalism and art. This is a dangerous thing. So we're not talking about making your music more accessible, commercial, or marketable. You should just be you. We're talking about ways of making money with your music, your talent, and particularly your education. So you're an undergrad. If you're going for a professorship, you're probably going for a doctorate, right? Yeah. Where are you in education?
I'm an undergrad.
You're an undergrad, okay. Where are you?
Masters.
You're a master's, okay. So if all three of you go all the way and do the whole doctorate thing, one thing you can do, and this is what I remember very specifically doing this, kind of like when I was near the end of my doctorate degree, I remember kind of sitting down and thinking, I'm poor. I don't have any money, I can barely pay rent, but I'm about to have this doctorate. Like, that is an asset. Like, what can I do with this thing? I could go around town and saying, like, I have a doctorate, who will give me money for having a doctorate? Like, that is like a good asset. It's like, I have a car. I have nothing else, but I have a car. So I could drive Uber, right, and make some money. So you have a doctorate. What is the Uber of doctorates? You know what I mean? Like, how can you use that to make some money? This is a very, like, kind of gross capitalist way of thinking, but also a useful one, you know? This is a real thing that you have. There are people who want someone who has a doctorate in front of their name, you know, for various reasons, some of them legit and some of them not. Let me give you one of the not legit ones. you could go to, you're in Atlanta, right? So there's a bunch of startups in Atlanta, startup companies. A lot of them, in order to raise money, put together a board of people on their board. You could have zero experience in whatever that startup is doing. You know, let's say it's a startup focusing on AI, right? They want to, in order for them to raise money from investors, they want to put a bunch of people on their board that look important, that are important. But if you are Dr. So-and-so, they might pay you to be on their board just because you have a doctor in front of their name, and that looks good to investors. I know it sounds crazy, but you can totally do this. Let's not use that part of the video. But, so, I mean, there are ways you can just use your degrees. I have this friend named Craig Rice who says, so Craig is a well-known quantity in some worlds. He's an older dude. He used to be Prince's manager. He used to be Whitney Houston's manager. He's kind of just become a friend over the years. And he always says, he's this big dude. He's this really interesting guy. But he says, take the money is always his thing. So he's saying, like, you don't need to change your music. You don't need to do anything. But if someone's willing to give you money for something, take the fucking money. You know, like, take the money. So that comes up a lot where, like, I might be doing something and someone's like, can I use this music for this purpose, right? Like, that's a lot of what I do, is a lot of licensing stuff. So I might write music and then someone says, can I use that in a steak sauce commercial? And I will say, well, I could be all like scrupulous and ethical and be like, I don't want my music degraded by used in a steak sauce commercial. Or I could take the money, right? I'm gonna take the money. Now you can still have values and ethics in this, right? You can still say no because there's a very famous example of exactly that, actually. There's a famous example of, do you guys know who Moby is? Mm-hmm. Moby is a kind of an electronic music artist. He was really popular in like the very early 2000s. He had a hit record. Porcelain. Yeah, he had a hit song called Porcelain and a hit album called Play. And he did a crazy amount of licensing. He licensed every track on that album out to something. But Moby is a very, very strict vegan. And he advocates for veganism constantly. So he licensed songs to car commercials, to everything, all over the world. And he turned down one licensing contract, and it was for a steak sauce. Because it went against his values. So you can still have values in this world. All right. Let's move on. Let's see. I could ask, what is your intended career? Teacher, full-time, composer, film, media. Okay, so in the modern world that we live in, the odds are that, like, if you graduate with a doctorate, you're not just going to walk into a professorship. It doesn't really happen very often anymore. Unless, like, maybe that happens if you graduate from Juilliard, right? But if you graduate from anything less than that, you're gonna have to slug it out for a few years before you land that professorship or that dream job. So you're going to have to get used to hopping around a little bit and getting good at a bunch of stuff. Most of us will be all those things at one time or another. Successful composers are agile and able to wear many hats. So be able to, write for media and teach little kids and whatever else comes up. Okay, I think I already did this. Yeah, we did that. Okay, so let's talk about me. So these are things that I do. Let's see, I don't know how much detail I want to go into here, but okay, so I'm just going to go down through this list really quick. So one of the things, probably the biggest thing that I did in the last 10 years is I started this company called Slam Academy. So Slam Academy is basically it's a DJ school in Minneapolis. We have this big facility in northeast Minneapolis, and some online classes and a big staff, big faculty. Before the pandemic, we had 4 locations. We had a spot in our main one in Minneapolis, and we had a school in Chicago, Indianapolis. Why can't I think of it? Chicago, Indianapolis, Minneapolis, Denver. Denver, and then I think the online school was the other one that we talked about. So roughly 5 locations. They kind of got scaled back during the pandemic, and then they came back, and then I don't know where it's at now, because recently I decided to step away from Slam Academy. I was the CEO of Slam Academy for about 10 years, and I owned the company and built it. Quite proud of it. I'm still quite proud of it. I did some good stuff with Slam Academy. But this last year, just recently, I sold it and exited that company. So now I don't really have anything to do with it anymore. I think officially I'm an advisor of some sort, but it's another guy that runs the whole thing. So I'm not involved with it anymore, but I'll show you one little video in just a second of what that is. Actually, let's just do that one. I think it's right here. Yeah. Okay, so non-degree production, hobbyist school, community center. That's the mission statement. Slam, this is what they do. Oh, this is going to take a second. I don't know why I don't have sound. Hold on.
You have to have your own sound, otherwise you're not going to stick out.
All right.
We're a diverse family of working musicians with one important common bond, a deep love for the creative process of making music.
I hate every preset I've ever listened to. I just want to make all my own sounds. You have to have your own sound, otherwise you're not going to stick out.
United by our passion for creating, the Slam family exists to educate and support musicians of any age, any level, and in any genre.
I've been more to creating electronic music. Once I stepped into sound design, I was like, this is electronic music. This is like what I envisioned it being like.
Our community lives on and offline with live stream group classes, as well as in-person programs and many a musical journey to where you want to be.
It was frustrating in college being with all the music majors, you had all these classical musicians, and I'm over here making beats, and I come here and I feel like these last 9 months I've learned way more for what I need to be doing.
With detailed courses in DJing, music production, recording, sound design, and more, Slam Academy is ready to show you what it takes to be an industry professional.
I was pleasantly surprised with how much I really could take away after only 12 sessions. I finished up and I am walking out with exactly the tools that I need to finish projects.
We want you to become a part of the Slam Academy family. Check us out online at slamacademy.com or at our facility in Northeast Minneapolis.
A lot of artists try to find a community and a community that's not only going to support them but also push them to help them grow, which can be hard, especially when you feel insecure or feel like you're not the smartest person in the room. And especially too, just knowing that the music production and the music industry is very cis male dominated. So it was very important to me to make sure, as a Black woman, to find a space where not only I could take up space, but feeling supported in some of the things that I bring to the table, which has been really cool. And it's been cool to see that online and offline, people want to be treated with respect. And I think to have spaces where people feel safe and good is very important. I always knew I wanted to be an artist. I always wanted to be a singer. I love music. I wrote a bunch of songs, but was always just playing acoustically, which is great and beautiful. But I wanted people to be able to hear what I hear in my head. And so after going out and seeing a couple of shows and people and friends that I went to school with producing and then writing their own stuff, I was like, whoa, I want to be a part of that. Where did you go to learn how to do that? And they brought me to Slam. They're like, you definitely should check out this place. And that's just how I got started.
Okay, so that's Slam. Like I said, you know, even though I walked away from it, I'm still really proud of it. I think we did something good with that, and it's fun to build something and then walk away at the right moment. You know, like there's some stuff behind the scenes that I was getting tired of, so it was time for me to move on and do something else. So my main thing now has become Punkademic. I just won this big entrepreneurship prize for it, for best education startup. So Punkademic basically does online music education. And if you want to talk about a lotto ticket of a company, I started Punkademic kind of a while ago, and it was just kind of like a little side thing I was doing for a while. And then when the pandemic happened, I was the dude who had an online education company when the pandemic happened. That was a lotto ticket. That was pretty good. Couldn't count money fast enough. It was great. So that's my main bread and butter, is that company. It's very profitable, it's super fun, and it's super easy. I basically sit at home and make stuff. I have a small staff, and it's great. It's fun. It's easy. Ion Concert Media is a company I helped start. I'm a co-founder of that company. I think we talked about, no, that's the one we talked about yesterday with the video thing, the giant max patch. It's a media company. 8Point is a forensic audio company. I talked a little bit about that last time. I think we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Augsburg, just quit that. I was chair of the music department for a little while. I'm a composer. I'm an educator, speaker, author, entrepreneur. This bullet is kind of where we are right now. Like, this is who you're interacting with right now. And a little bit this one. So I give talks and write books and do all kinds of weird stuff, and a few more things. So if you read my bio now, my bio says something like that I'm a creator of things. Like, I took the word composer off my bio for a bunch of reasons, but I still kind of identify primarily as a composer and as a musician. But it says, I'm a maker of things. And the reason is that all of these things, the way I think about it is when I write music, a little part of my brain lights up with pleasure, right? It's like writing music is something I really enjoy. But I found that actually it's broader than that. It's making stuff. Making stuff is what makes that little part of my brain light up and feel good. So whether it's making a class or a lecture or some music or a company, all of these are making things that make me happy. I enjoy just making shit. And hopefully making money from it. But really, the pleasure for me comes from making stuff. So that's what I kind of have aligned my whole life to be in some way or another. I like making stuff. We did that. No, we don't need to watch that again. There we go. Okay. All right. Any questions? We good? Okay. Little money, lots of places. So I have this friend named, his name's Laserbeak. Laserbeak is a producer, he's a well-known dude in Minneapolis. Actually, he's getting well-known internationally. Has anyone ever heard of Dessa? There's an artist named Dessa. Do you know Dessa?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Dessa.
No, not Odessa. Just Dessa. She's a singer, rapper. Laserbeak is a producer, primarily in hip-hop, but he's done a lot of like kind of media stuff. He had a bunch of songs in the Space Jam remake, which, you know, this is a really good example of like media stuff. Like the Space Jam remake, I think, was kind of a flop, and Laserbeak licensed 2 or 3 songs to them, to that movie. That means he didn't sit down and write a score. It means he had 2 or 3 songs he had already written, and he just said, you can use those, and they got used in the movie. That was it. It was, you know, it was a couple contracts, signed his name a few times. Movie flopped, he bought a house. Like, he made a lot of money from that. So, that licensing stuff is no joke.
It's like syncing.
Yeah, it's a sync license, yep.
We've done some stuff in, what's the big sync? I forget.
Like a sync company?
It's like a web, it's like a...
Taxi?
No.
No, good.
I'll think of it, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, sync is kind of the holy grail for composers right now. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's probably not everybody is interested in sync, but it is the quickest path to making good money. Sync. Sync, if you're unfamiliar, means synchronization. Basically means you have music, license it to film, game, advertisement, whatever. We'll talk about how to get into sync in a minute. It can be a little tricky to get it into, but once you do, it's great. I love it. I recently licensed a movement of my last string quartet to 2020, the show, because there was this really creepy, scratchy Panicello part of the string quartet, and they used it to underscore a story about this lawyer that killed his kids or something. It was cool. It was fun.
It's disco.
Disco? I don't know that one.
Yeah.
Huh, cool. There's a lot of companies like that. There are various levels of shady. But maybe that was fine. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, the reason I brought up Laserbeak is that his motto, I actually think he has this tattooed on his body somewhere, is little money, lots of places. That means what he does is he hustles and he focuses on not trying to make a ton of money, but doing a lot of things and making a little bit of money at all. And that's how he supports his family. And he does a very fine job of it. You know, it's not the type of thing where you're going to get rich doing that, but if you are willing to work hard, and you kind of follow this little money, lots of places mentality, you can make a respectable living that way. You know, like, it's not waiting for the big, you know, record contract. It's just little money, lots of places. I just love that phrase. I think it's great. String together many small gigs to make one big gig. One of those gigs can be your own music making. Let that one take over more of your time until it becomes your main gig. So what I'm saying there is, like, think outside of music. Like maybe you're just entering the professional world, or you're just getting started, and you're doing like 3 things. You're writing music as much as you can. You're also driving an Uber and working a day job, right? Maybe you're doing those 3 things. So what you want to do is you want to take those 3 things and you want to keep your driving your Uber and your day job. You want to keep those going, but you want to think about those 3 things add up to 100% of your income, right? So let's say this one, writing music, is like 1% of your income. This one's 49% of your income, and this one's 50% of your income. So what you want to do is you want to hustle on this one, get it to be 5% of your income. Then you scale back on one of these, right? Then you get this one to be 10% of your income, and you scale back on these. And you get this one to be 15, scale back, until you can get rid of one of these, until you can get rid of the other one of these, and then you have 100% of your income from writing music. But it's not easy. You gotta hustle a little bit. That brings us to my next favorite little phrase. I think this also comes from Laserbeak, actually. He's a very smart guy. He talks about your 9 to 5 and your 5 to 9. You might do some non-music work for a while, and that's okay. That is not a reflection of your work as a composer. So, here's a good example of your 9 to 5 and your 5 to 9. There was a period in my life where I had a day job, and I happened to get lucky and get a day job in music. I was a program manager, which is a fancy way to say like office monkey, for the American Composers Forum, which was based in St. Paul, so it was kind of just down the street. So I worked in their office 9 to 5 for 2 years. And I hated it because it was the first and only like office job I ever had. It was very not conducive to my personality. So what I did is I got that job, I got established in that job, I did a good job, I worked hard. And then there was a university down the street, a music school down the street called McNally Smith College of Music. Sort of a Berkeley model school, kind of like it's kind of a rock and roll school. And what I did is I got an adjunct job there after kind of hustling a little bit. And so I taught there at night. So it became 9 to 5, I was at the Composers Forum doing business stuff or just office stuff. And then at 5, I would literally run down the street, uphill, which sucked, about a half a mile. And then I would teach until 9, actually until 10. So I would teach from 5 to 10. Okay, and then the next day, it's back at ACF at 9 a.m. It sucks, right? Like that's a long day. But 9 to 5, 5 to 9, what I really wanted was that teaching gig to become my full-time job, right? And get rid of the 9 to 5 job. So I had to make sure that for that first year that I did it, I crushed it every day. I needed to make sure that students were talking about me all the time. They were like, Jay's classes are the best. Everything's good. So every day was like my A game of teaching because I just needed to impress everybody. So I did that for a year. So I worked at ACF for a year and then did this hustling thing the second year. And then after that, that school offered me a full-time job. And I quit my dumb office job. So that's kind of the dream situation, right? Like it's all about like just hustling and working hard. It's like, I actually had a third job in that time as well that I did until about 2 in the morning. Which story for another day. Do you have a question?
Was that like the first school you applied to, or were you going to like a bunch of different schools?
Oh,
looking
that's
for?
that's a good question. I didn't apply to that school. That wasn't a job I applied for. You'll find this is true a lot of places. That school, the way I got that job is I had played a gig years prior with this guy named Chris Cunningham, who later became the chair of the composition department. So I vaguely knew that guy, and he vaguely knew my music. So I just started, when I was at the Composers Forum, sitting in my dumb office job, killing time, because I had nothing to do, I just started emailing all the time and being like, hey Chris, do you need anyone to teach class? Like, I'm available. I'd take him out to coffee, just networked. And then eventually he said, okay, I got a class for you. You can teach this class. And then it was 3 classes. You can teach these 3 classes. And then it was, okay, we're gonna offer you a full-time job. At no point was there a job opening. At no point was there an application, nothing. It was just hustling and working. A lot of things work that way. You've got to, like, yeah, at big universities, they have rules and stuff where they have to like post the job and you have to apply for it and all that stuff. I think, someone asked me this not that long ago, and I think that the only time in my entire life that I have ever just applied for a job like a normal muggle is that job at Augsburg University. Every other job I got by networking and hustling. Pretty sure that's true. Now let me qualify that and say that that statement that I just said comes from the very privileged position that I've found myself in, right? Not everyone can just do that, I think, because our society is not fair in that way. But I've been able to do that in my life because of probably what I look like in my life.
And the touring and performing and leaving the musicians.
No, I think, I've never really been poor. Like, I've been really poor, where like I had to literally like sing for my supper before, but I always had people I could call if I had to. Like I've had a lucky life. We don't need to go into, I guess, the politics of privilege and all of that, but I do consider myself to be the beneficiary of my skin color, my gender expression, these things that make it easy for me to navigate our society, easier than it is for other people. Cool? That's what I'm saying. Anyway, so yes, that job didn't have an opening, I just hustled to get it. So do this thing where you're going to be working 18 hours a day. Do that when you're young. I couldn't probably do it now. I definitely couldn't do it since having a kid. It would be, and even a spouse. Well, I guess I was we weren't married, but I was with my wife during that time. And I saw her on the weekends sometimes. It was rough, but it's hard work, but it pays off. If you're lucky, yeah.
Was that your first teaching job, or if not, what did you teach beforehand?
Yeah, that's a good question. That was my first full-time teaching job.
Okay.
Well, no, that's not true.
Okay.
I got a lot of teaching experience when I was in grad school, which is something extremely important when you go to grad school, if you are not already. I know people who have gotten grad school offers where you might get a big scholarship for grad school, and you might be offered a half ride, a half scholarship to grad school with no strings attached, just you're awesome, here's some money to come here. And you might get offered a half ride, but you have to, in order to get that money, you have to teach a class. The way smarter decision, take the money where you have to teach the class, because you need that on your resume. So I had a lot of teaching experience from grad school. I had a lot of teaching experience from just teaching guitar lessons. That was, kind of my bread and butter to kids. But in my last year of grad school, I did get a full-time teaching position at the University of Amsterdam through a weird connection. It's a long story, but basically I got a 1-year gig in Amsterdam through, I had, I guess this is kind of a worthwhile story. So when I was doing my doctorate, my first year of my doctorate, I got a job, my teaching assignment was this class, it was like an intro to electronic music class. And so I was teaching this class, and someone from the English department, a professor from the English department, took the class because she just wanted to do it, so she took the class. Her name was Evelyn Chen. She was great. We became friends, and she wrote a grant to teach a class together at the University of Minnesota. So my second year there, I taught a class with her called Hip Hop, Sound, and Literature. She was a scholar in hip hop literature. That was her thing. So she wrote this class where basically in the class we were going to, half the class would be studying the history and literature of hip hop and hip hop culture, and the other half of the class would be producing hip hop music. It was super fun. It was one of the most fun classes I've ever been a part of, because I learned a ton from her, and then I got to make beats with these students. It was really fun. So then Evelyn was French, and she quit she was French Chinese, and she quit the University of Minnesota and got a job in Amsterdam, and then she said, come with me and teach this class and a film scoring class at the University of Amsterdam. So I was like, okay. Yeah, they put me up in a place to live, and my girlfriend, now wife, came for about half the time she was there. It was a sweet gig. It was really fun. It was great. So I did that, and then I came home, and that's when I landed the Composers Forum job, which evolved into So it was really my first full-time teaching job, because the Amsterdam one was kind of like a sweetheart job. It was like a friend got me that gig. So yeah, that answers your question? Yeah. So I guess the moral of the story is keep your friends close. Your friends are probably your best way of getting gigs. Actually, the moral of the story is this. This is probably the biggest piece of advice I will give you about getting a faculty job, making a living, doing anything. Okay, so if you write down nothing else, write this down. Or just remember it, because it's really easy to remember. Nobody likes working with assholes. That is the rule. Don't be a jerk. Be nice to everybody. I can think of a few times when I've been on search committees and we've been hiring faculty. And when you've probably never done this before, but when you hire, at least in the US, the way you get a job typically at a university, so it'll be an application process, you apply, they narrow it down to 3 people usually, and then they invite those 3 people to come and do the whole song and dance. Maybe you've seen this from when you were a student. So the whole song and dance thing is typically 2 days long. You have one really long day of being at the university where you're going to give a lecture, you're going to teach a class, you might have lunch with a bunch of students. It's this whole rigmarole. It's exhausting. And then at night you're going to go out to dinner with some of the faculty. So I've seen it happen a whole bunch where there's a candidate for a position, and all day long they're crushing it. They're doing great. They give an awesome lecture. Students really like them. They do some lessons. Students are happy. They're talking about how great this person is. And then we all go out to dinner, or they go out to dinner with just a few of us, and they're kind of a jerk because they think okay, the hard part's done. I can let my guard down and just be myself around these faculty, and they turned out to be like kind of a jerk, and you're like, the interview is still going during like the social time, because I don't want to work with jerks. So once it turns out that this person's kind of a jerk, you're like, well, I'm not hiring this person. No matter how great they did, I'm gonna have to interact with this person every day. You know, like I could think of one guy specifically where this exact thing happened, and it was so good. And then just me and him went out to dinner. I was tasked with taking this person out to dinner, and we went out to dinner, and he was just like trash talking other people, and like kind of said some stuff about some former students that I found to be not attractive. And so I went back to the search committee and I was like, I know he did great, but this guy was an asshole. We don't want him around. So if you can put on a nice face and you can be pleasant, people will want to work with you. If you work with someone once and you are not polite, you will not work with them again. And this is true like in my life as an entrepreneur, you know, I hire people all the time. For sometimes just as contractors for little gigs, sometimes a full-time job, you know, with a salary and everything. And if somebody is just rude, I'm not gonna hire them again. There are literally thousands of people I could hire, you know? Like, there's nothing special about one person or the other when it comes to someone to do social media for me, you know? I could hire 1,000 different people. So if someone shows me they can do the job and they're pleasant to be around, that's the one I'm gonna stick with. Anyway, enough of a rant. Any other questions? Cool. Don't be an asshole. Alright, where are we? 9 to 5. 9 to 5, which is 9 becomes 9 to 4, 9 to 9 to 2. Right, so when you're doing this 9 to 5, it becomes your 9 to 5 and your 5 to 9 becomes 9 to 4, 9 to 3, you know, and you want to kind of do this with the two jobs. Okay, fun stuff. Looking for gigs in less obvious places. So when you finish school or stop or whatever, like I said, the odds of you just like running into your lifetime faculty job are relatively low. And it'll take a while to land that job. So you're going to want to, unless, again, you are independently wealthy, you're going to want to look for a job that sucks the least. Like a day job. So there are a lot of music adjacent day jobs that are very fine jobs to have. And again, I want to stress this, that if you have to get a day job, and if you have to get a non-music job, that is common. The jumping right into a faculty job is uncommon. So if you get a day job that is not at all a reflection of you as a composer, it's a reflection of the economy and the market. That's it. So don't be ashamed of it. We all do it. So try to find a job at the only existing copy of that piece, and that person will put it into Finale and email him back a file that he would then send to his publisher.
That sounds like asking for
I know!
Yeah, no like photocopying
Nope.
beforehand?
And he would write in pen and send it off. That was it.
Wow.
Seriously, make a copy.
I know! It's crazy. But I did some copy work for Adorno a few times. Not Adorno, Jesus Christ. Who am I thinking of? It starts with an A. You've heard of him? Argento. Jeez. I did some copy work for Argento a few times. He was weird. I mean, when I did copy work for him, he was in his like 90s, and I started doing copy work for him because he somehow got my number and needed help trying to learn Finale. He's like 90 and he's trying to learn Finale. I know. And eventually I was like, yo bro, how about you just skip trying to learn Finale, you keep doing what you're good at, and you just hire me to like put this into Finale for you. So I did a little bit of work for him. I did a little bit of work for the Kennedy Center when I was there, just doing copyist stuff. So, you know, it's a good gig. It's fine. I did a lot of work for Judith Langzema, if you heard. Composer assistant, that's like, you know, composers hire assistants all the time. I have an assistant. He's great. It's a good gig. I pay him $50,000 a year. That's a quite respectable little job. I was a composer assistant for Stephen Hollis. It is the best education you'll ever get, is working full-time for a composer, or even part-time, yeah.
What do you do? Like, is it a lot of things?
Sure. For me it is. My assistant, his name's Dave, he's almost like a personal assistant at this point. But because I am involved in all of these companies, he ends up juggling a lot of stuff for me. Because it's both my like composer life, and he does a lot of social media for me. He does a lot of organizing for me. He's also tasked with bugging me to do stuff. Like if something needs to get done and I'm like, I want to work on this music, he might say, no, Jay, you really need to like send this contract out to this guy. He can also send contracts out for me in some cases. When I worked for Steven, I ended up on the phone a lot. I would end up having to like call people to like get clarity on like commission arrangements. Like someone would commission him for something and he would say like, I don't quite get like the length of the piece that they want is vague. Can you call them and figure that out? Steven was famously bad with his cell phone. So I would often have to call the cell phone company to decipher his bills for him and do a little tech support for him on occasion, because he was not all that great with technology. But to be honest, the way I worked for Steven, so what I did is I would primarily work from home. It's like over email. He would email me to ask me to do some stuff. And then I would go over to his house once a week. Once a week I'd go over to his house and he would buy me lunch. We would talk about my career for about 2 hours and then he'd send me home. It was great. It was amazing. He'd write me letters of recommendation, which were super powerful because he was a big deal. He didn't particularly like my music. No, I mean, with all due respect, I didn't particularly like his. I respected him a lot. But, you know, he's a very traditional vocal music composer. He wasn't really into electronic stuff, and he wasn't really into the kind of aggressive music that I like to write acoustically. So, but it was great. I mean, it was, you know, mutual understanding. There's a lot of people I have respect for, but I don't particularly care for their music. Lady Gaga. I think Lady Gaga's brilliant. I don't really care for her music all that much, but I think she's an amazing artist all around. So, you know, you can like someone or not like their music. But yeah, so composer assistant is a good job. Here's how you get that job. Is there a composer in your town that is of some note? You know, you call them and you say, I would like to be your assistant. And they will say, who the hell are you? You just think you can just call me? And then you say, yes, that is exactly what I think I can do. And then they'll say, I like you. And they'll hire you. That's exactly how I got the job with Steven. I met him, he came to my university and did a master class. And we looked at a piece of mine in that master class, said some nice things, didn't particularly care for it, but said some nice things. And then afterwards, I found his phone number and I called him and I said, hey, it strikes me that you could use a personal assistant. And he was like, yeah, I don't need a personal assistant. And I said, okay, well, if you do, give me a call. And a week later he called me back and said, yeah, I actually think I do. It was great. So it's a combination of music stuff and personal stuff, you know. I know my assistant right now, one of the dumb things he's doing is he thinks we need to do more social media stuff. So if you see me taking pictures of like food, like I'm not a take pictures of food person, I hate that. But he's like, okay, we're gonna do this big Patreon thing where we're gonna like document your Italy thing with food pictures. So I'm taking pictures and I'm just sending them to him. And then he's writing all of this stuff up about where I am, what I'm doing, and stuff. So there's probably gonna be this big elegant thing that shows like, here's my trip in food, but it's not gonna take pictures and send it to him and he's writing everything, I don't care. But that's what I paid for, and it's great. I will also tell you about that. Before I hired Dave, so I hired Dave about a year ago. Before I hired Dave, I was looking everywhere for someone to hire. I was like, I wrote to the professors at the universities in town. I said, do you have a grad student that's willing to take this job? I will hire someone. And they were like, yeah, kinda. And then I met with some students there and no one was really into it and I didn't really like anyone. I asked all kinds of people. I put out social media stuff. I did a job opening on Indeed or whatever. I'm like, I'm willing to pay someone a lot of money to help me because I need some help right now. And it was literally very hard to find someone. This guy, Dave, used to work for Ableton, and I knew him from that. And I would go to him and say, Dave, I want to hire you to be my assistant. And he'd be like, yeah, I got this job in Ableton, I'm good. And then every 6 months, basically, I would take him out to coffee and say, can I hire you to be my assistant yet? And he'd be like, no. And then about a year ago, he was like, yeah, okay, now's the time. Because he was ready to leave his current position, so go. Music supervisor is someone who works for a music company, like a film studio, or a game studio, television studio, and they find music to put into a game or something like that. Those are, that's a real full-time job. So I know a few music supervisors. It's a good job. If you're really into that, it can be good. A lot of them travel a lot, especially they're often traveling to LA, obviously. So they're kind of going back and forth a lot. But you will have some in kind of any major city. Will have a few of them, and they'll be attached to a bigger, probably marketing company. Is that a question?
Yeah, how do you get in contact for that kind of job?
How did I meet her? I now have a music supervisor that is an agent for me. So the one that I work with, I have a contract with her that basically says like she can license all my music for anything. So she's my agent. And I met her in a really kind of sleazy way. Sleazy is the wrong word. It's gonna make it sound like I met her on Tinder or something. But no, I met her I looked around online for a music supervisor in my area, and then I invited her to come and give a talk to my class at my university. And then she was like, hey, cool, will you just pay me money? And then we kept in touch, and I sent her a bunch of music. Eventually she signed me to her agency. So I basically used my university job to make that connection, which I've done a lot. I guess it's not sleazy, a little sleazy.
It's smart.
Smart. Thank you. I'll take it. Publicist, if you're good at writing, like writing words, everyone needs a publicist. It's someone who basically you're going to be writing press releases and maybe some social media stuff, keeping people out of trouble, things like that. Social media manager. I also was trying to hire a social media manager for like a long time. And I just had a hard time finding someone. But there are a lot of musicians, especially older musicians, who don't want to have anything to do with social media. They kind of know they need to do it though. So I kind of feel like if I was like 25 years old, I would start a company that did social media for artists. If you do that, and then you could take on like 10 artists, right, and do social media for all 10 of them. There are tools that exist now that would make that fairly easy to do. And each artist could afford to do it because if there was 10 of them, you could do it for relatively cheap for each artist. If you just wanted to be a social media artist for one person, that person is going to need to pay you more money in order for that to be your full-time gig. But if you can take on a whole bunch of artists and do it and start an agency, that I think is the most easiest and profitable thing that I would do if I wanted to make money. It would be easy to set up. Just a thought. Venue manager, venues always need staff. Working for venues can be really fun, you get free shows. Audio editors, editing recordings, there are companies that are hiring audio editors, and if you can read a score, you get top dollar in those companies. Yeah. I had a job when I was an undergrad. And then I would zigzag around. It was a weird operation where we had to we would intersect other engineers and we'd swap out hard drives, and someone eventually would head back to the studio, which was in Battle Creek, Michigan. And, Battle Creek?
Generally where it is.
Yeah, okay.
Cereal.
It's the cereal capital of the world. That's right. So we'd end up in Battle Creek, and there was a whole summer. It was a whole summer where we recorded all of this band music, the concert band music, by this one composer named Steve Melillo, who I still have nightmares about. I've never met this person. I don't know Steve Melillo. Does anyone know that name?
No.
Writes band music. It was alright music, but I spent an entire summer editing it because they recorded it with some university band, and they recorded it basically bar by bar. And completely out of order, and no one documented what. So I had this huge stack of scores and recordings of one bar of music, So I was the only one at that company that could read music. So I had to go there, and I slept in the studio, and I worked, and I had to figure out what piece of music each bar came from, and then I had to figure out the order of all the bars, and then I had to seamlessly edit it all together. So this was...
I can see where the nightmares came from.
Exactly, yeah. This was hard work. But I was literally the only one in the company that could do it. The main engineer for that company was a pretty smart guy, and great engineer, but he was blind. So he obviously couldn't do it. He couldn't read the scores. So if you can read scores and edit audio, it's a good gig.
One question.
Yeah.
Is it general audio? You know, using examples, but what kind of?
I guess there are non-music things, but
it's generally music, audio.
I was working in music,
Okay.
yeah. So editing audio for non-musical purposes, I'm sure those gigs are out there, like voiceover work and stuff like that. Sure. All right, and then the forensic stuff. So to say that there's a lot of work in forensic audio is not really true. There's not a lot of work in forensic audio because most law enforcement departments have their own people on site. The work you can get is mostly private or federal or surveillance. So what this is that's a good example. Should we get gory or not? All forensic audio work is very gory. It's all murder. It's not all murder, it's mostly murder. So one of the first gigs I got was there was this 911 call. So I got the audio of this call, and it was this woman calls 911. She says, there's somebody in our house. And she says, I can hear them coming. And then you kind of hear some rustling around, some craziness happens, and then you hear two gunshots. And that's the end. So, 2 people broke into her house, came up into her room, shot her dead. So, I have this phone call. My job was to figure out, so they caught the 2 guys. The 2 guys, they both had guns, and they both said the other guy shot the girl first. And so, my job was to listen to that recording, analyze the gunshots, and figure out which gun shot first. So I had to listen to this woman die like 500 times as I analyzed this. Sucks. I did this work on and off for 3 or 4 years. I still occasionally get called for a case, but I don't typically take them. For a little bit of time, I was doing a lot of work in this area, and then I got this one case that I did it, and then I said, I'm done, no more. Involved kids, it was bad. So it's not for everyone, but it is kind of cool in a way to be like, I am using my audio and music powers to catch killers. That's kind of cool. So it's a gig, it exists. It's basically the same tools that you already know how to use, from like yesterday. It's a lot of EQs, a lot of compressors. There's more advanced tools, but those are the basic principles. I got into it by, when I was, this is probably a worthwhile short story. When I was in grad school, I was at Peabody for my master's degree. I finished my master's degree, and I had a summer before I started my doctorate degree. When I was in my master's program, there was only one thing I wanted in the world. I lived in Baltimore, which is where Peabody is. The one thing I wanted in the world was get the hell out of Baltimore. Hated that city. As soon as my master's degree was done, I was like ready to go. I had already accepted the gig at University of Minnesota. I was ready to get out of there. But I had a summer before I was moving. So I needed a job. So I went to all my professors, as you should do. I went to all my professors and I said, do you know of a job? I need a job for the summer. Do you know of anything? And I always had a habit of doing that everywhere I was. Just ask everyone. Like, why not? Worst that can happen is they say, no, I don't know anything. In this case, one of my professors said, actually I do. There's this company that a friend of mine started. They do audio forensics. I had no idea what that meant. It's like they basically need an office assistant. Their office assistant is this woman named Perko. I don't remember. It's weird. And she was from somewhere like really remote, somewhere in the world that was like really hard to get to, very far away. And so every 3 years she would go home to that place, and it would have to be like a 6-month affair to get there, hang out, and come back. So they needed someone to fill in for her for the summer. So I was like, sweet, sign me up. So I went out there, I got the job, and it was just office assistant job for this company, but I got really obsessed with it. It's like, this is like fascinating, this work that they're doing. Because they were doing federal stuff, they were doing FBI stuff. My boss was an FBI agent. And I didn't have clearance to do anything interesting. I didn't know how to do anything. I was just basically answering phones. But it had an effect on me, and I was really interested in it. And then when I got that job at the American Composers Forum doing office work, I was bored out of my mind in that job. Just being like an office person. I would do that office at the time, it's not anymore, but at the time, it was comically inefficient. So I would get there at 9 in the morning, I would be done, everything I needed to get done by 10 o'clock. And everyone would praise me for working so hard, but really primarily I was sitting in my office watching Netflix, like all day. And so I started in that time researching this forensic stuff, like how could I get into it? And I found, eventually, after a long time, I found a training seminar. People don't often train for this forensic stuff because there's people that do it kind of keep it secretive on how to do it. So, but there was this FBI training seminar. So I signed up for it. It was in Denver. I signed up for it, took a week off, flew out to Denver, got there. They wouldn't let me in because it turned out it was only for FBI agents. So I kind of just like sweet talked this administrator into letting me in. And eventually they let me in as a private citizen, and it was the weirdest room I've ever been in. But I got like a certification on how to do it. I came home, I started a company, and I said, okay, I'm doing this now. Like, sent out a bunch of emails to market it and said, hire me to do this. And I just started getting gigs right away. And it was wild. Like, instantly it was like cloak and dagger. It was like, I gotta go testify, about what I did in this thing. I gotta, overnight like a CD to this lawyer and somewhere for this drug thing. There's all this open cases I can't talk about. It was kind of freaky and fun, cloak and dagger. And then, so I did it for a while, and then it got kind of tiring and exhausting. But it's profitable. So you can do it too. Maybe that's all I have to say about that. Any questions about that? Cool. Ask me more about it later. I'll tell you more about it today. Okay, getting even weirder. Copywriting is super popular. If you and maybe you consider yourselves good at writing, like words. Yeah, good. If you're good at writing, copywriting is a big gig. Grant writing is even bigger. Nonprofit organizations in your area are probably hiring a grant writer or a copywriter or both right now. Their nonprofits are very, very often hiring both of these positions. I guess that's all I can say about that. Arts administration, I have a friend, my best friend, Noah, he did a master's in composition, and then he landed at an arts administration job and loved it and stuck with it his whole life. That's what he does now. It's great, he found a gig that really resonated with him. So he works for an organization, he worked for a long time for an organization that helps artists make a living with their careers, called Springboard for the Arts. A couple years ago he left that job, and now he's the arts guy for the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport. So if you go through the airport, there's like art everywhere, right? Like every airport has a lot of art. He's in charge of that art. He's basically a curator for like a very, very, very big museum, a gallery, basically. But putting art in an airport has a number of challenges, security-wise and other things, so it's a tricky gig. But it's interesting. Music technology development and testing, there's startups everywhere. They need people to help test things. You can look around and see what companies are in your area. Voiceover acting, editing. There's a lot of work for voiceover artists right now. It's very popular just because of podcasts, audiobook popularity. There are websites where you can just go on the website. I don't know what they're called anymore, but you can go on the website, sign up as a voice actor, and they'll say, okay, here's a book, read it, edit it, and they'll give you specifics, and you upload it. And you get paid. I know I have a friend that does that full time. Interestingly, this is worth noting, because this is how she makes a living. She does audiobook narration under 2 different names because she does a lot of like sci-fi fantasy audiobook narration, which is cool. But there's also a good amount of money to be made in more spicy audiobook narrations. So she uses a separate name for that, so that doesn't kind of track her down. But, you know, money's money. Use a separate name, sure. Voiceover acting. Important to note that people who do voiceover work edit their own stuff. Like, you gotta know your way around editing to do voiceover work. It's kind of interesting to me. Children's music, stock music writing. Speaking of using alternative names when you don't want something to follow you around, if you look around on Amazon and you happen to know one of several aliases I've used, you can find a whole bunch of children's music I've written. It was all on commission, so there's children's book artists, children's book authors that wanted like music to go along with their book, have hired me to write music, like happy, silly music. That's nothing that's connected to anything with my normal music. This is when I was an undergrad. I did this. These folks paid me. I wrote books, or I wrote the music. It's happy and silly. I put a different name on it. It still exists. I still get some royalties from it every now and then. But there's, you know, there's a lot of music in that, or a lot of money in that. Playback engineer. Okay, last one. This is a really thriving thing right now. If you're good with technology, a playback engineer is like, you basically tour with bands or artists and control the playback of backing tracks and clip tracks for live shows. There are a lot of companies getting started right now that are doing this. There's a friend of mine named Laura Escude, who is an amazing artist by herself. She's a violinist and producer. Her job was, I don't think is anymore, but for years, she was Kanye's playback engineer. She would tour with Kanye and be side stage and be in charge of making sure the tracks played back correctly. But even like bands, like big bands, you know, like need people to, they're playing back tracks, you know, like backing tracks for their music, or clip tracks, or both, usually. So someone needs to man that stuff to like keep track of it and make sure that it's not gonna crash. Normally you have to set up a redundant system so that if it does crash, nothing stops, it picks back up. But it's a thriving market. There's tons of people being hired for it right now. Another friend of mine is a playback engineer for Alice in Chains, like a kind of heavy rock band. And he does, what's that other band he works for? 100 Gex? 10,000 Gex? What's that band called? You don't know. 100 Gex, I think it's called. They're really popular right now. He's their playback engineer also, and tours with them. So that's like happening a lot. Okay, take stock of what you have, figure out how to take advantage of it. You have musical and non-musical skills. How can you use those advantages? How can you use those to advance your business, which is your career? You have skills, how can you capitalize on those? This is kind of like what I was talking about a degree. Like you will have a doctorate, and you can say, how can I make money off that? I have a car, how can I make a living off that? I have a house. There was at one point in my life where I had a house. I didn't own a house. I was renting a house, and it was my girlfriend and I, it was her brother's house. So it was really cheap because it was her brother's house. He had bought this house with his girlfriend, they split up, and he's like, I don't know what to do with this house. I'm like, sweet, we'll move in. So I had this house. I was like, how can I make some money with this house? I have a house. And I took the dumbest thing. I was like, well, let's try to make some money by brewing hard cider. This is my big money-making idea. I was like, okay, because like you need space to do that, and we have space, so let's try it. We did it, and it was pretty delicious stuff, actually. It worked out quite well, but we didn't make any money off it. So. But it was kind of fun to learn how to do it.
I thought you were gonna say like Airbnb or something.
Yeah, that would have been smarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a lot smarter. One thing we did do though is it wasn't successful, but we tried to rent out the house. There was about, when was that? I don't know, a couple years ago, 7 or 8 years ago. When we actually owned a house by that point. We owned our house, and the Super Bowl was in Minneapolis, and so we tried to rent out our house. You can rent, people coming in town for Super Bowl, they're throwing money and stuff. So we tried to rent our house out for like $5,000 a night, and then we would just like drive to our in-laws an hour away for the night. But I don't remember what happened. It didn't work out, and then we just thought this is too complicated. Okay. Can you write a website or a grant or other things? If you can write a website, you can make money. Your biggest asset is your work. There are people who apply for jobs, and there are people who invent jobs. So it's kind of like what I was saying earlier. I really believe in inventing your own job. Call up someone and say, you need to hire me. Go to a university and say, you need to hire me. You will be shocked at how often that works.
My mom's always done that.
Really?
Yeah.
My brother makes fun of me for this all the time. He's like, oh, this is a J job. And then a J job means a job that didn't exist and you just kind of invented it for yourself. Everywhere I've gone, I just say, who's willing to hire me? And it's weird because I'm not good. I don't consider myself good at networking. I don't consider myself a very social person. I consider myself a very awkward person socially. But when I have to, I can use my awkwardness to kind of stick my neck out and say, and do the bold thing, and be like, hey, you should hire me to do this. It doesn't, you don't have to be like extremely charismatic to do it, you can just do it. And maybe being a little bit awkward is good because it means that I don't care about the consequences as much. Like if someone says, no, that's dumb, I'm going, okay, whatever. Okay. Whenever I'm talking about this stuff, I spend a lot of time saying, strike that, let me rewind. When I talk about this stuff, we often talk about nonprofits in the art space, right? So you probably work with a lot of nonprofits. We all are involved with a lot of nonprofit organizations or NGOs or whatever you want to call them. They're kind of the way that a lot of things get done in the arts. But I think it's important for us that we think about nonprofits as being service organizations that will help us. And you should get involved with nonprofits in your area or nationally, like the American Composers Forum or whatever. But you, as an artist, are not a nonprofit. That means you need to advocate for yourself to be paid. Just like the person who runs that cafe up the street. That cafe up the street is not a nonprofit, right? Like that is a for-profit company, and the people making those amazing pastries are artists, and they're getting paid for their work. So it's easy for us to fall into this trap of being in a non-profit world, but you are a for-profit person. You need to make money. Does that make sense? Kind of weird concept, but Think about all the businesses you patronize. In a day, none of them are nonprofits. There's no shame in being for-profit. You deserve to be paid for your work and your practice. There's no such thing as free, easy money. Be leery of scams or promises that look too good to be true. This is like that website that you just showed me. There are a lot of licensing websites, like there's one called Taxi, where you can go there, you can...
I don't think what I'm using is a scam discount.
Okay, it might
the
not.
whole university is using it, and everybody's been submitting their stuff and like licensing their stuff.
Not all of them are scams. And I don't think I'm saying all of them are scams, I'm just saying be leery of them. Taxi is a really popular website. It's not a scam, but it's not a scam. The way it works is you pay to become a member, and it's not cheap. It's maybe like $700 or $800 a year. And then after you pay that, there'll be briefs that come out that say like, this company is looking for a song like this, and then you submit something. It costs like $1, I think, to submit a piece of music to that thing. And then something might be chosen and get licensed. But there's kind of an implicit like promise that if you do this long enough, you'll get some licensing deals out of it, and you won't, probably. Unless you write straight up pop music and it's really good, then you might get some licensing stuff. But it's really expensive and it's a gamble. So when you see stuff like that, just be leery of it. Let's see, let's remix the money or protect it. Oh yeah, protecting money. I felt like near the end of my time at Slam Academy, I felt like the majority of my time was spent protecting money we had already made. And it drove me nuts. Like every other day, somebody was coming out of the woodwork saying, oh, you guys need this government thing and it costs so much dollars. And then you do some research and you're like, you don't need that government thing, this is just a scam. Or the biggest one was always Comcast.
Oh gosh.
Comcast sends you a bill for $5,000 out of nowhere. And they're like, hey, here's your bill. And we're like, that's not our bill. Our bill's $100 for internet. But they say, no. It's $5,000. No. Comcast's whole business model is, I'm gonna charge you more because you're too stupid to realize it. That's the Comcast business model. So you've got to not be stupid enough to pay that bill. And you got to fight them. Over dinner, some other time, we can talk about the lengths I've gone to fight Comcast. Because then what Keith Ellison is? Keith Ellison is, he was a senator in Minnesota. He's now the Secretary of State. I have Keith Ellison on speed dial because I've spent so much time fighting Comcast with his help. He has invited me to fundraisers just to talk about Comcast.
And I had to spend a lot of time on the phone battling AT&T actually.
Same thing. Yeah, same thing. I think Comcast is worse than AT&T, but AT&T is not good.
Yeah.
Okay. Get shit done. It's easy to live in the creative parts of our brain, but schedule a daily vacation to the practical side. Develop a time management system. I'm kind of lost track of where I am here. Okay. This can be done. What I want you to do is make a choice to be a highly organized and efficient person. Who of you considers yourself a highly organized person? Okay, get there. You can do it. All you really need to do is say I am a highly organized and very efficient person. I was not always a highly organized and very efficient person, but at some point I just made a decision that it was fight or flight. I gotta figure this out or I'm gonna starve. So figure out a way, do whatever you need to do to be very organized. For me, it was, I developed a system, and my system isn't going to work for you. This is a system that kind of is dialed into the weird ways that my brain works, but I have a to-do list and a very complicated, elaborate, borderline ridiculous way that I organize my life in this to-do list system. I almost want to open it, but there's going to be probably embarrassing stuff on it. So I know that like every day I'm devoting this much time to these many things, and I'm strict about it. I'm very strict. I used to be even more strict about it. But like things would happen where like my wife would be like, let's go to a movie, and I'd be like, no, I can't, it's not on the list. And she'd be like, you're crazy. And that was bad enough, but then when you have a kid, the kid's like, hey, Dad, let's go play soccer. And I'd be like, no, I can't. And that's when I realized this is dumb. Like, there's a line here, okay. But I am very strict about it. Like, when I'm working, I spend X amount of time on this, X amount of time on that, leaving a certain window for creative time, knowing when in the day creative time works. This is a very important concept. Everybody has different ways that their brain and their body works throughout the day, right? And it changes over time. When I was in college, it was like midnight to 6 a.m. was the creative time. That's when I was at my best to be creative, but my worst to be just like businessy productive. Now it's changed as I gotten older, so now it's 7 a.m. to noon is my best creative time. Noon to 5 is my worst creative time. I get nothing done creatively in that time. But I'm still very productive because I set aside that time, I devote that time to the busy work I need to get done on a given day, right? So that's when I'm doing like business stuff, contract stuff, anything like that. And I'm making sure that that stuff doesn't make its way into my creative time. So find these things out. Find out how your brain works, what you need to do in order to maximize the different times of your life. Find a to-do list app of some sort. There are a bunch of them out there. My favorite one is called TickTick, not to be confused with TikTok, but TickTick.
One word?
Yes, one word. I put everything on it, and I have kind of a whole system for how I use it. But you don't need to get elaborate with it. You could just use it as a to-do list. It also has a calendar and all kinds of other stuff. I think it's a free program, but there's like a paid kind of pro version of it, something like that.
Do you do the pro?
I do the pro. I don't know what I get for doing the pro, other than it's not owned by a big company. It's a small developer, so I paying the $2 a month or whatever to small developers that are making good stuff. It's nice. So pay it if you can. I do think it actually gets me a lot, because I have like a million things on that app, and I think you're limited.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right. If this shows embarrassing things, we're all going to not talk about it. Okay? The embarrassing things are going to be like, oh, brush your teeth. So like, look on this side. These are like all my lists. Like, so these are different companies and projects and whatever. These are the things I'm supposed to get done today. It's like kind of a lot of stuff.
Wow.
But the reason this looks like so much is like, because I'm traveling and I haven't checked things off in a few days. If this was normal, or like a normal day, I would this would be almost empty because I just don't have a lot of stuff. Or because I do have a lot of stuff, but I would have gotten a lot of stuff done by now today and be checked off. So I'm kind of behind on it. But like, this is like research stoicism. You know, like some of these are just like random little things.
So
But
that's all your lists.
yeah. So all of that. So there's a million, not a million, but there's like, you know, a bunch of lists on the left, and then each list has a bunch of stuff in it. The stuff on the right is anything that's dated today, or in the past that hasn't got done yet. That's what's showing up on the right side.
There's a calendar view probably.
There's a calendar view, yeah. The calendar view is like really ugly because it just shows like 100 things each day.
Oh, that would really annoy me.
Yeah, it's not pretty. I can show you. Here's the calendar view.
Oh
You know,
my
like,
gosh.
do all the things.
That's useless.
Yeah, it's not fun. But so you can see like the lists here, like inbox are just unsorted things that I've added. Noise is what, this gets into my weird little list. So like the noise is what I call quick little shit that has to get done every day. Check your email, check Facebook, I don't know what else is on there. Check these accounts, make sure there's money in them, check in with Dave, you know, things that are gonna take me like 5 minutes that I just gotta do every day. And then if you wanna get like really into the weird stuff, these things at the top that are funny, the rat, the frog, the noise, and the slug. So the noise is the noise. That's the little shit that has to get done every day. The rat is what I call the frog is the most important one. The frog is the thing I want to do the least. The thing I'm dreading doing on any given day. This actually comes from Stephen Paulus, the composer who I used to work for. He had this mentality where he would say, every day he would say, you gotta eat the frog. That was his motto. And what that meant was, you're gonna take the thing that you want to do the least in a given day, the thing you're dreading doing, and you're gonna do it first. You're just gonna hold your breath and get it done. And you're just gonna knock it off. So, I have the frog on my list, so what that means is that I go through my list, I figure out what the frog is, and I tag that thing with the frog. And then when I do the frog, I get this extra serotonin bump because I get to check off the thing and I get to check off the frog, right? I get to check off 2 things. That feels good. So there's the frog, there's the noise. The rat is what I call the most important thing. Like if I get nothing done today except one thing, this is that thing, the most important thing. And then the last one is the slug, which is what I call afternoon busy work. So anything that's going to take me a long time, that's going to be boring, and does not involve my creative brain, we're going to set that aside and make sure we do it in the afternoon. That's how I do it. And then everything else gets chipped away at throughout the day. That's part of my dumb little system. You don't need to be so dumb about it. I say dumb, it's what it works. I get a lot of stuff done.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Alright, cruising. Alright, a couple more things. Okay, so what you should be doing right now, if I guess it's great. No if. What you should be doing right now. So you probably already are an entrepreneur of some sort or another, or as we say, an artrepreneur, musicpreneur. There's not a good word for this. Become the most financially responsible person in your zip code. You need to get good at money. You are a musician trying to make a living with music. You do not have a choice to be sloppy with your money. every penny you get, you need to understand where it came from, where it's going, and what it's going to do. Get good at tracking your money, get good at tracking, like, knowing who owes you what is coming in, when, and there's a lot of, like, books and resources online you can do for this. Get some, like, cheap little accounting software or something that'll just help you keep track of different things. It's important. If someone, oh, do I have this on here? No. Here's my biggest money tip. Do not, well, okay, so I do not. You can do what you want, but I do not let any bills autopay. I hate autopay. The reason is, what's that?
My grandmother does that.
I guess I'm your grandmother. We probably have different reasons. The reason is I just really don't trust these companies. Why am I going to give Comcast the right to go into my bank account and take what they want? That is fucking crazy. I am never going to do that. I'm not going to let AT&T just go into my bank account and take what they think I owe them. No, you send me a bill, I will look at it, I will make sure it's accurate, and then I will pay it. Now, the reason that people do autopay is because they don't want to make late payments, and that will hurt their credit score, right? And that's true, you don't want to do that. So what you're going to do is you're going to keep track of every bill you have, you're going to put it on your crazy to-do list, and you're going to put it on the first of the month, you're going to assign it to. And on the first of the month, no matter what day it is, if it's a Friday, a Sunday, a Tuesday, when the first of the month happens, you're going to devote an hour to going through that list and paying those bills manually, one by one. You can get good at it, save the passwords, and it can take you less than an hour. You can do it pretty fast. I have like all my bills like bookmarked in my browser, so I just go through, I open all browser, or I go in that folder, open all the new tabs, so there's all the bills I need to pay, passwords are saved in my password manager, click, 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 click. Look at the bill, make sure that it's what it should be, and then pay it, and just go through. I've paid every bill I've had exactly on the first for probably 10 years. And I didn't before that. I was really bad at paying bills before that, and I had crappy credit because I was always paying stuff late. I was barely staying alive on top of my student loans. But since I've been doing this, just since I like made this decision, like at one point I just said, I am going to be a very financially responsible person. I'm going to figure this out. And so that's what I did. So it's been long enough now where I have great credit. I don't have student loans anymore. I paid those off during the pandemic. And it's hard, but you can do it. There are some companies that will lower your bill if you set up autopay. Like give you a couple dollars off if you set up autopay. Those I go back and forth on because I think one of them I do have set up. I don't know what it is. Oh, it's my CenturyLink internet bill. Because it was like significant. It was like $10 cheaper if I did autopay. And I haven't been screwed by CenturyLink yet. So I let them do it. But I still look at that bill every month and make sure that it's accurate. If it's off by 1 penny, I will devote a week to going after them and getting that penny back. It's crazy, but you gotta do it.
I mean, let them get away with a penny, then they'll take away $1 next, and then 10.
That's right. You gotta let them know that you are not dumb, that you will not let them screw you. You know, they have to know that. Once they know that, they're not gonna do that to you again. But that's America. That's how you know those companies post their profits is, you know, penny here, penny there. And you need to be sure they're not doing that. Now it gets worse because now I have 100 different bank accounts for each company that I have. and that gets even more complicated. But anyway, learn to code, at least web stuff. Does anybody know how to code? You don't need to be good at coding, but at my university job that I used to have, in my music business thing, the first class that all people would take would be a basic entrepreneurship class, and in the first month, I would say, I would make all students learn how to build a website that can take a credit card. That is like step one for anything. If you can build a quick little ugly website that allows someone to put in a credit card securely and pay you something, then you can do anything. You can start a company, you can do whatever you want. I could, if I wanted to, if I had an idea for like something I could sell, and like today, within an hour, I could have it online, a manufacturer for it, drop shipping set up, and the ability for anyone in the world to buy it. The money goes to me, and I never have to deal with anything. It's actually fairly easy to do if you know like a few very basic processes, I guess. To learn how to do that. Don't really have time to teach you it here now, but it's not impossible. Yeah.
How do you feel about like Squarespace?
Great.
So,
those platforms are cool. Those are like kind of like web template platforms. If you can do it just yourself without any of those, it's a lot cheaper, right? Like I could just, so the option is you can pay Squarespace a bunch of money to build this for you and then do that for you, or you can just make it yourself. If I make it myself, it's going to take me, an hour. If I do it with Squarespace, at this point, if I do it with Squarespace, it's going to take me about an hour or two, and it's going to cost me a lot more. But I'm good enough at it. Because with Squarespace, with those services, they kind of give you a template. And what I'm going to try to do is bang that template around to get it to do exactly what I want. And it's much easier to start from scratch, for me. But if you have more money than time, do Squarespace. If you have more time than money, learn how to do it yourself. Does that make sense? Yeah.
What kind of coding are we talking?
Basic web stuff.
Okay.
Like, what I usually do if I'm trying to set up something quick, I'll create a new instance of WordPress and then hack around with a little bit of PHP, a little bit of CSS, and then it's basically all you need. You can even get away with not doing any PHP. If you know your way around WordPress really well, you don't need to know how to do that. You can do a little bit of CSS stuff. With CSS, it's relatively easy. I am not a developer. I do not code professionally. Anyone who is a real developer would call me not good at it. Real developers would say that I know enough to cause some trouble. And that's true. But I can throw a website together fast that will take a credit card. And I can do more complicated stuff. Like if you look at all the websites for all my companies, I've never hired a developer. I've just made stuff. I've hired graphic designers because I'm not a very good graphic designer. But like even like the current STEM Academy website I made, it's just faster for me to just make stuff. The public academic website I made. So investing time in learning, you know what I would say? I take back what I said about PHP and CSS. If you're going to invest time in learning how to do something, learn WordPress. Just learn WordPress really well and how it works. No coding is required, really, if you understand how that platform works really well. It's free. It's the best way to go. Okay. build a reputation as a friendly person who gets things done on time. I want to put a special emphasis on this on time part. I'm a bit neurotic about being on time. And that's not to say that I get mad at people who are late for things. What it is I get really mad when I'm late for things. I strongly believe that an hour early is better than a minute late for anything. And I have worked with people who have been late for stuff. And when I'm working professionally with someone and they're late, I'll never work with them again. Like, hands down, no other questions, no matter how good they are at something. It drives me nuts. Especially if it's a deadline. If it's them showing up to meet me for a meeting and they're 5 minutes late, I don't care, that doesn't bother me at all. But if we agree that like, I'm going to make this thing, you're gonna make that thing, you're gonna get it to me by Thursday, and you don't get it to me until Friday, I will never work with you again. Like, it's a little strange, but the fact is that the next time I need someone to do something like that, I can get someone else who will get it to me by Thursday. So there's no point in working with you. There's this guy in Minneapolis who everyone loves working with, and I won't do it. He's a video artist, and I've worked with him before. He was like 3 weeks late on a project. It caused me so much stress. I'll never work with this guy again. I can't stand him. He's kind of a good friend. I'm close friends with his wife. I'm kind of friends with him, but I'll never work with him again. He did. My best friend, Noah, who I just mentioned, is the arts guy. We used to make music together, but I wanted to fucking kill him. I love this guy. I would take a bullet for him, but I will not work with him professionally ever again. Ever. Because he's late with stuff. Drives me nuts. So don't do that. Don't be late. Composers get a reputation. A lot of composers I know have a reputation for like, oh, I got this commission and it's due, next week, but I'm so far behind. I mean, it's going to take me at least 2 weeks to get it done. I know a ton of people like that, and it's just kind of almost like part of the glamour of being a composer. Like, oh, commission deadlines, I'm going to be late and blah blah blah. Whenever someone does that and I'm in striking distance, I want to kick them in the head. A lot. Like, why? Why do you do that? There's this composer in Minneapolis named Abby who, Elliot knows her. She's great, she's a lovely woman, but she's so bad at deadlines, I can't figure out how people keep commissioning her. Like, I can't. She writes pretty good music, but not better than someone else who can get it done on time. Oh God, drives me insane. Anyway. Okay. You can do a little bit more research on this later, but know this term bootstrap. Have you guys heard this term before?
I've heard like pull yourself up.
Yeah, pull yourself up, bootstrap. Same term. Okay, so the pull yourself up part of bootstraps is like the old like pirate term. It basically means you are nothing, but you are going to make yourself something. You're going to grab your bootstraps and you're going to pull them up, and now you're going to be taller, right? Like, this is impossible in physics. But in business, it's not. In an entrepreneurship, it's not impossible. So we talk about bootstrapped businesses. That means businesses that start off with nothing and then start making more and more and more money. And the way you do it is you start off with nothing, you make something, and then you make $5. Right? You put that $5 in the bank. You use that $5 to make another $5. Now you've got, you use that $5 to make $10. Now you've got $10. You use that $10 to make $20. Now you use that $20 to make $100, and you go on and on and on until you're a billionaire, right? That's how bootstrapped works. As an art entrepreneur, you are bootstrapped. The alternative to bootstrap is someone's going to some investor is going to come in and give you, $1 million to get started, and you're going to use that $1 million to make another $1 million. That is so easy. It is easy to make $1 million if you've already got $1 million in our society, right? Our society is designed for you not to do that. So think of yourself as a bootstrap company. That means you're going to survive on PBR and ramen for a little while. You're going to invest a little cash and then reinvest 100% of it. You're not going to pay yourself for a little while. You're going to keep doing that until you can pay yourself a little bit. You're going to keep doing that until you can give yourself a salary. You're going to keep doing that until you can hire someone to help you, and so on. Companies that have started off as bootstrapped companies, meaning they started off with nothing, except they had a little idea and they built it into something big. Apple, Facebook, Coca-Cola, Microsoft, eBay, these are all companies that were bootstrapped. So, and also every artist you've ever heard of. No, there are not investors that give money to artists. There were, for a little while. There was a period of time when that sort of happened, but it doesn't happen anymore. Cool. Does that make sense? You're a bootstrapped artist. Okay. So going into a little bit, so you've got a few minutes left. So you want a professorship. Here's my advice for you. These jobs are very competitive, increasingly rare to find a job posting for composition. It's more likely that you're going to find composition plus. Okay, so let's just finish this. If you want to 10x your job possibilities, learn electronic music. That so often goes together with composition. It probably shouldn't. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's just the way it works. So when there's a composition job opening, any university is going to be looking for, they're going to be looking at what else you can do, right? I haven't seen a job for just straight up composition in years. They're going to say, it's going to say composition plus secondary specialty. So it might not say what they want, it might just say you need to have a secondary specialty. So oftentimes they might list options like electronic music, conducting a new music ensemble, jazz, applied lessons on an instrument, really almost anything. Like music theory, but that's almost a given that you're going to teach some music theory. So always be prepared for your secondary skill to be on your resume. So you're doing electronic music as a minor, that's great.
Major.
As a major, are you double majoring?
Double majoring.
There you
Well,
go.
school of music, I don't think they like me doing that, actually.
You should. I mean, you're doing your job.
I got into some conflict with it, but
Well, you're doing the right thing.
because they told me I wasn't.
They're wrong. So you gotta have a secondary thing that you can do to get one of these jobs. There you go. Yeah, conducting, that's another one. Applied music. I was just on a search committee for, oh my god, I can't remember this. What did we just hire? Oh, band director. They had a new band director. And it was all about what else can they do, right? Like, someone has a doctorate in conducting band. We know they're good at it. That's fine. Like, it's great. They're going to be good. So the only way we can separate out candidates is to look at secondary skills. What else can they do that we need? We really needed a musicologist. So we were looking to see if any of the band conductors that applied that we liked had a secondary skill in musicology. None of them did. But the one we ended up hiring had a secondary skill in jazz and applied lessons in theory. So we're like, okay, they can do a lot for us. We need all of those things. So we're always looking at that stuff. Tenure system is stupid, but you probably want it. You guys know how tenure works? That whole system works? No?
It's so convoluted, I don't even remember.
It's basically once you get hired in a tenure track job, which not all jobs at universities are, especially going forward. Universities are doing less and less jobs that are tenure track. They're creating a lot more studio jobs now, which is a full-time job, but it's not tenure track. That's fine, those jobs are fine. All tenure means is that depends on the university, but for 5 or 6 years, you're basically on contract. You're getting a contract, and then the next year, you're getting another contract, the next year, you're getting another contract. After 6 years, they're gonna say, okay, you're up for tenure, which means you're gonna prepare a portfolio of a ton of shit that basically says, I'm good at what I do, students like me, I'm good for the university, and I'm a good professional. And then that's going to go to a committee. If they grant you tenure, then you are no longer going to get a contract every year. You are going to be employed until you get fired. You are employed. Also, there are some protections that keep you from being fired. The reason for that is what's called academic freedom. The reason is that someone who does like research might want to do a paper about how, or a research project about how their university is, supporting, Israel, like some controversial topic. And tenure gets you some protections for being fired over your beliefs in that area, in any area. So it's a little bit of job security. But the important thing is that once you get tenure, it can kind of stick with you. This is why I wanted tenure in my previous job. So you get tenure, and then you go to another job, and then the other job might say, well, you got tenure at the previous job, so we're going to put you on like a 1-year probation and then give you tenure. So it's easier to get tenure a second time. Tenure sucks for students. If you're a student, I don't think you want your teachers to have tenure, because it means they don't have to teach anymore. They can kind of suck. So I would like to see us get rid of the whole tenure system, but it is what it is. All right. Salaries vary by city, cost of living, but where I live, you can expect to start around $65,000 for a professor job. It's like a mid-tier city. That's kind of high. Nah, that's not right. I think that's what I started at. You get paid more at private schools sometimes, but that's about where those jobs start. Any questions? Cool. They go up from, I've seen tenured senior professors, people who have been there for like 25 years. You get a little cost of living promotion every year. I've seen salaries go up to like 120 or so, being like you've been there for 25 years. Yeah.
Is there possibilities of making more money by moving into like administration?
Yeah.
Do you recommend that? Do you hate it?
I mean, I did last 2 years ago, guys. Last year, I don't know. I took the job as chair of the music department. I kind of liked it. It worked well for me. A lot of people don't like doing that, but if you like doing that kind of work, the kind of administrative management type job, it means you're going to be teaching less, which can be a bummer for some people. You're going to be interacting with students less. You're going to have to, it's got ups and downs. A lot of people don't like it. I kind of did like it. And yeah, you'll get paid a little bit more for doing that. If you want to go into like being a dean or a provost or something, you'll get paid significantly more.
I'd also see people even less.
I'd
also see students even less.
That's true. If you go into a dean or a provost thing, you're basically done teaching. You're not even teaching anymore.
Dean must went from being dean back to composition.
Really?
Yeah, I knew somebody who did that too.
Yeah, but when they were dean, they weren't teaching, right?
Right.
That's what I think.
That's why he went out of his way to make time and teach a few people. He became.
Oh, private lessons or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
private lessons, and
Yeah.
that was even really hard for him to do.
He must became dean and he was like, he gave that.
A lot of people don't like being deans. And you know what's funny is that a lot of people don't like deans.
Yeah.
Deans are like the most probably hated people on campus. My dean at my last job sucked so bad. He was such an idiot. And it's so easy to say the dean was an idiot, but like for real, this guy was the dean of arts. He was a physicist. I don't know why he was the dean of the arts. And I remember in a conversation with me once, he said, well, you know, music is such an expensive department, and that's true. Music departments are very expensive. It's like, you guys are just a very expensive department. You know, I can go to the art department and I can buy them a box of crayons and they're happy. I was like, holy shit, did you just say that to me? Like, that's the most offensive thing anyone's ever said about the art department. Whatever. Okay, if you want to get a professor gig, here's some things you should do right now. Become a member and start looking at the MVL, the music vacancy list. Almost, well, not everything, but that's kind of the biggest place where jobs are posted. One of my teachers in my doctoral program always told me, like, once you get into grad school, you should start keeping an eye on the MVL. Even if you have no intention of applying to anything for a long time, just subscribe to it. You'll get emails, you know, once a week with job openings, and it's healthy to know what's out there and what's available. I think it costs money to subscribe to the MVL. I don't remember, but it's a couple bucks, and it's worth it just to know what exists.
Just give you a good idea of what they expect.
Yeah, look at you can see some requirements and just see what's happening. It'll also keep an eye on it long term is something that a lot of people do, because you might see like, oh, there's a composition job open at the University of Atlanta or whatever, and you're like, that's cool. Like, I'm not applying for anything right now, but that's cool. And then the next year you might see, oh, there's a job opening in composition at the University of Atlanta. Huh. And then the next year you're like, there's another job opening at the University of Atlanta. People don't stay in that job very long. That's weird. That's something worth noting. You know what I mean? Like those jobs that come open every year. Things like that. Okay, other things you can do now. Get gigs that show you have miles. Meaning, when universities hire you, what they want to see is that you are going to go around the world and say that you work for that university, and that gets the university reputation. So what they want to see is that you are someone that goes around the world already, or at least around the US. So gigs like this that you are presently doing are very, very good for your resume. Getting even gigs where you are not physically there but your music is there is almost just as good. So if you can get a performance in China, that's awesome. Make sure that it's very clearly on your resume that you are getting performances around the world. Build a strong and diverse portfolio of works. These are kind of like 4 things that I tell everyone that they should have in their portfolio as like their A game. A string quartet or something like it, a solo unaccompanied piece for winds or brass, and a good orchestra piece, and something with electronics. I might also add in there something with vocals, with vocal stuff. Choir or, song or something like that. I'll also say all of this is very opinion. This is my opinion. If someone tells you different, they're right. Make friends. Classmates, professors, or other performers can help you with recommendations and word of mouth. Recommendations are important. Word of mouth is even more important. So keep your friends close. Don't burn any bridges until you've reached a certain point of your career. Saying that as someone who recently burned a few bridges, when I quit my university, I didn't exactly do it quietly. Let's just put it that way. I made sure that dean knew kind of what I thought of him. But I think I've reached a point in my career where I'm pretty comfortable and I could afford to burn that bridge. And it was fun. I'd do it again. Yeah.
What do deans do? Like, is that?
Mm.
Okay. Not so.
I'm just kidding. So
Their offices and meetings?
yeah. So the hierarchy, it's a hierarchy. So there's professors, and then you've got the chair of the department, right? And then the dean is the boss of all the department chairs. And then the provost is the boss of all the deans. And the provost effectively, there's many deans and one provost for a university, typically. So the provost is in charge of all the deans. The provost effectively runs the university day to day. And then there's the president of the university, which is the boss of the provost, but the president also is in charge of running the university year to year. So if you think about like the provost's job is make sure the day-to-day things function. In the business world, we would call that the COO, the operating officer. But the president's job is more like the CEO, and their job is to make sure that the long-term health of the university is good. So they might not have, like if you have a complaint about a fellow faculty member, you're gonna go to your dean. If you have a complaint about your dean, you might go to your provost. In almost no situation are you gonna go to the president. Does that make sense?
So they're like kind of not untouchable like in a bad way, but like you're not really gonna help you out in a way that going to someone right above you or 2 steps above you would?
The dean?
No, you said you're probably not gonna go to the president.
Right.
For, why not?
The president can't really help you.
Okay.
In most cases. The president's fundraising, the president's...
Isn't it like politically appointed? Or
some of them are. Some of them are. Mine is that, you know what's funny, is that the president at Augsburg, at my university, former university, I actually kind of liked the president. He was an okay guy. So Augsburg University is a Lutheran university, and by the charter of the university, he is the only one required to actually be Lutheran. He has to be a Lutheran person of some sort, I guess. No one else has to have any religious affiliation at all. And the university is so barely Lutheran. The only reason that what I was told is the only reason that it continues to be a Lutheran university is because of a bunch of rich alumni who are donating money and want to keep that thing, but no one else really cares. It's different than like St. Thomas. It was a Catholic university where the Catholicism is more deeply embedded in that university than the Lutheran one that I was at. I wouldn't venture to say that that statement I just said is typical of all universities. It just happened to be those two. That's the way it worked. There's a lot of religious universities, and there are a lot of universities that have no religious affiliation at all. It kind of doesn't matter. But I will say, though, that if you are not a religious person and you get a job at a religious university, there's no religious requirements. Typically. I actually can't think of an exception. There's a university in Minneapolis, or in St. Paul, called Northwestern. Do you know the school?
That's confusing.
That is confusing.
Yeah.
But it's Northwestern College or something.
Oh, I have
they're
them.
Methodist, right?
I don't know, but they're
I have slightly heard of this place.
they're hardcore. I don't
Alan
know.
Watts used to be chaplain there.
Who?
Alan Watts.
I don't know.
Never mind.
I remember there was a job opening there, and I looked at it, and there was a job application, which these jobs don't have applications. You know, you submit a resume and stuff. So this one, it's like, it's weird, this is an application. So I looked at the application, and I started going through it, and I thought, I can't even fill this out. Like, they're asking questions I don't even know. They're saying that there's like a social media policy. There's like, they need to meet with my minister in order to hire me and stuff. Like, I don't even have a minister. Like, these are things I can't even lie about. Like, I don't even know how to so
What was the
like,
job?
it was a composition job.
It was just coming for the
Yeah.
Is the, so that'll be the beginning of the School of Music? Yeah.
Yeah, the School of Music at that university. So and it's fine, it just kind of, it was actually kind of helpful to see all that information because it made me realize that this is not a job for me, that's what I need to know. So there are, I guess, some schools that have a religious affiliation that require you to be of a certain faith, but most don't.
It's pretty typical.
Yeah, even when I was at St. Thomas, and I remember when I was interviewing there, I asked, I'm not Catholic, do I have to be Catholic? And the guy I was interviewing with, who was the chair of the music department at the time, was like, yo, dude, I'm a Jew from Chicago. It doesn't matter, we're all good. Anyway, okay. How to get university job. Oh my God, this is so much longer than I thought. Remember, this is the thing I tried to do in 1 hour in last year. Okay, how to get the job. Cover letters are important. Get good at writing a cover letter. Address as much as you can from the job posting in the cover letter. If they say they're looking for someone with X experience, be sure you talk about that in the first paragraph or 2 of your cover letter. This is so important. In the first round, we're going to skim your cover letter and look for certain things. No one's going to admit this to you except for me right now. We're going to tell everyone that we read every word of your cover letter. But a good example is Augsburg is a university that is very deeply focused on principles of anti-racism. And when we are hiring someone, we need to know that they're on board with those principles. So if they don't say anything about that in their cover letter, they're in the pass pot. They gotta say something. You gotta say, look at the mission of the university. There's gonna be easy to find the mission of the university and address the mission in your cover letter. Say something about the mission. Say I love how your university is devoted to this. That is part of my personal core beliefs as well. Great, you're in. You've got to say something about that in the first paragraph or so of your cover letter. Make your cover letter specific to the job. Talk about why you're interested in this job. This is really hard if you're applying for 100 jobs because you're going to have to tailor each cover letter, but you've got to do it. If the committee sniffs out that this letter, that this is a letter that you've sent out 100 times and you're just changing the school name, it's going to end up in the trash. That is 100% true. Even though we all know you're doing that. We know you're doing that. Everybody does that. It's fine. But don't make it obvious to it. There's so many applications that we see where someone uses the wrong school name in their cover letter because they're copying and pasting, and I get it. It's fine, but you're going to end up in the trash right away because you're going to look like it's not that you're going to look like you're not applying to our school. It's going to look like you don't have attention to detail. So make sure you don't do that. Have someone proofread your cover letter. That's not cheating. You can do it. Have ChatGPT write some of your cover letter. That might be cheating, but do it anyway. Make sure your CV highlights your biggest accomplishments related to the job at the top. The very top of your CV, write something like, I'm the world's best conductor. Make it serious, but make sure it's very easy to find the things that are your biggest accomplishments and relevant to the job. So cater your CV to the job that you're going after. In the first round, you're probably not going to submit a portfolio. That really never happens. So if it's a composition job, you're going to submit a cover letter and a CV. And we're going to look at it, we're going to make sure you're what we want, and then in the second round, we'll probably ask you to submit some music for us to listen to. This is typically how it works right now. First round is written materials, second round is a Zoom interview. That's also when we'll look at materials. Third round is the all-day on-campus thing. So, and the numbers for this, typically round 1 is going to be 100 to 150 applications for an academic job. Round 2 is going to be 10 people. 10 people we'll do Zoom interviews with, and round 3, it's gonna be 3 people. So getting past round 1 should be your goal. When you're applying to these jobs, just try to get through round 1. If you get through round 1, round 2, your odds are 1,000 times better. So focus on having awesome written materials. Don't worry about round 2 yet. Adjunct gigs. Real quick, adjuncts are good gigs. They're way easier to get. They're not going to be full-time, so you're going to have to supplement your life with something else. They don't get benefits. Adjuncts sometimes have 3 or 4 different college gigs they go between. I call these super adjuncts. In a city like Minneapolis, you know, where there's a lot of colleges, any kind of second-tier city, there are some people that spend all day driving between universities. They adjunct at 3 or 4 different schools. It sucks for them, but some people really like it. Some people like it. Pay is typically about $1,000 a credit. So a 4-credit class, you're going to get paid about $4,000. So if you think about that, if you teach like a Theory 1 class at a university, that might be 4 credits, you're going to get about $4,000. At Augsburg, they just raised it. It's about $4,500. So that's 1 semester. So, you know, there's 2 semesters. In terms, it's like $8,000. It's rounded up to $10,000, maybe, and then you could maybe teach 2 classes. Most adjuncts can only teach 2 classes at a university, so you can make a max like $20,000 at a university. So most people teach. If you're doing adjuncts, you're going to teach at a few different schools. Adjuncting is a good way to get college teaching on your resume. It's also a good way to make connections, give your life a little stability while you're full-time gigging. Oh my god, okay, almost done. What you should do right now, write a lot of stuff. Think about work that way. Make friends. Build a reputation as a friendly person. Make sure all of your social media represents the same values as your music does. If you apply for faculty jobs, we will look at your social media. 100%. Especially if you get past round 1, we will look at your social media. Well, you don't need to be super professional. We just need to make sure that your values line up with ours. And that's how we're going to do it. We might say we're not going to do that, but we totally will. 1,000%. Get comfortable with grant programs in your areas. Start applying to grants. Grants. Oh my god. Let's pick up here after lunch. We'll talk about some grants and then we'll go into some of the other stuff.
Can you go to the last slide real quick so I can take a picture?
This one?
Oh, I thought there was another slide about something else. Okay.
Oh yeah, this one?
Yeah, did we get here? Did I
No,
miss this?
we didn't get here yet.
Okay. Okay.
We'll do that when we get back.
All right.
Cool?
Cool.
Alright, let's go to lunch and then we'll come back and do some more businessy stuff.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions they're going to shoot at me? Cool. There's a lot of info.
No, I'm curious about the Northwestern thing because that's the school I want to go to.
Northwestern in St. Paul. Northwestern in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can actually tell you about that school.
Oh, wait, well, is that a different? Were you talking about a different Northwestern?
I was talking about different Northwestern completely.
Oh,
Northwestern in
yeah, I'm
Chicago.
talking about.
No, that's not a religious school. I was talking about.
Well, Northwestern was at first. It was a Methodist.
Oh, was it?
But eventually, it's not.
No, the one I'm talking about is in St. Paul, and it's it's a very, very religious school. I can think of another super religious school that was intense. When I was an undergrad in Grand Rapids, Michigan, there's a school called Cornerstone in Grand Rapids. And I know that it was religious because it was, the only thing I know about it is that the rumor around town, don't date girls from Cornerstone. Because they have this really strict curfew, and they like always need to be home by 8, and like dudes aren't allowed in the girls' dorms, and basically it's no fun. So that's all I know. Anyway, I don't have anything against religious schools. Religious schools are fun. My point for bringing it up was that typically, with some exceptions, You do not need to be religious to work at a religious school. Okay. What do you guys know about grants?
Little to nothing.
Little to nothing. Have you ever applied for a grant?
I know people who have. It's kind of a mystery to me.
Yeah, good. Well, let's talk about them. So, sometimes we say grants are free money. That's partially true. They're free money with strings attached. There's a lot of strings attached, usually. So, a grant would be like something that a nonprofit organization in your area is going to offer. Not necessarily in the area. There are national grants and international grants even. So, an example of a grant would be like, well, the easiest one that comes to mind is, you can't get this one, but in Minnesota, there is a lot of grants offered by the Minnesota State Arts Board. So I encourage you to look at your local state arts board, go to their website and look at what grants are available. What you're looking for is any grant specific to individual artists. In Minnesota, they're called individual artist grants. Very clear. So, where do we start? Grants have grants are usually given by a nonprofit to either other nonprofits or individual people for different things. The individual artist grants that the state of Minnesota has, and it's not just the state, it's also the American Composers Forum has a whole bunch of grants that are available to any of you. And we often find, and this can be a really tricky one, is that there are some grants, and I hate to say most grants, that will disqualify you if you're a full-time student. So that means you are not eligible to apply for it as a full-time student, but there are some grants that you can get as a full-time student. In fact, you should look at grants that your university might have. They might have grants that you are eligible for. So let's take the individual artist grant in Minnesota, for example, because I know that well. That's $10,000 that you can ask for. You can ask for up to $10,000, and whenever you see a grant program that says you can ask for up to X amount of money, that means ask for that amount of money. You might think, well, won't it look better if I ask for like a little less? It'll look like I'm more purposeful in my money? No, ask for the whole amount. So basically, you're going to propose, usually, all grants are different, but usually you're going to propose a project. There's going to be a lot of documentation for the grant that says what they're looking for and what they're funding. You're going to propose something. You're going to say, I'm going to do this thing. And they're going to put it in front of a panel, and they're going to decide to give you the money or not give you the money. Things you can look at with different grants. Most grants publish the historical application pools, which is a fancy way to say how many applications they've received in the past and how many grants they've awarded in the past. So you can look at the previous year and see that they received 100 applications, they funded 10. Okay, that's good. It tells you have a 1 in 10 chance of getting the grant. It's worth your time to do. Minnesota has a lot of grants, has more than any other state, I believe. So that means that some of our grants, like the individual artist grants, are like 1 in 3. The odds are very good that you're going to get that grant. It's awesome. So when you get the grant, you basically are going to propose a project. They're going to, if they accept the grant, they're going to fund it. They're going to give you the 10 grand that you ask for, or however much the grant is for. And then you've got to do the project with that grant. There are usually, there's some flexibility in it. So if your project changes as you're working on it, you can it's not like they're gonna ask for the money back. I got a grant to release an album once, and it was to release an album on a specific record label, and so I had to record the music. The grant was to record the music and then prepare it for distribution on that label. But as I got into the weeds of the recording session and everything came down and I was looking over the contract and everything, I kind of decided I didn't want to release it on that label. I just wanted to digitally release this album on my own. So I went to the people at the grant and I just said, yo, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my plan a little bit. Is that cool? And they said, yeah, that's cool. Go for it. So you just kind of have to be communicating with the grant people if you're going to change anything. A lot of the time when you get a grant, they're going to hold a little bit of money back. So you might get a grant for $10,000, and so they're going to give you $9,500, and then you're going to do the project. And then once it's done, you're going to submit a little document that says the project's done, here it is, prove that you did it, and then they'll give you that last little bit. They're going to hold a little bit back just to make sure that you fill out the final project summary thing. Okay, so that's what grants are. Okay, there's tons of them all over the country, all over the world. And they're great. Here's some tips for getting them. Do some research on where the money's coming from. For example, that grant in Minnesota that I was talking about, that is tax money. So when it's tax money, that means that when you apply for that grant, you need to, or you should, say something in your proposal about how this benefits the people of the state, right? Because it's tax money, they gotta do it. There are a lot of big foundations that you can apply for a grant from. Some of the ones that I'm familiar with are like the Jerome Foundation. That's a big one where I live. Jerome Foundation gives grants specifically to people who live in Minnesota and the 5 boroughs of New York. And the reason for that weird little thing is because that organization was founded 100 years ago or more by Jerome Hill, who moved to Minnesota, became a wealthy baron of, I think, grain. I think Minneapolis was founded on like the grain mills, like General Mills was there. So he was one of those people, I think, and he was originally from New York, moved to Minnesota, made his money in Minnesota. So when he died as a super rich person, he, actually I think his wife, set up this foundation to benefit people doing creative work in Minnesota and New York. Okay, so that's cool. What that means though is that when you apply for that money, you should do some little bit of research into that foundation and figure out what exactly they're willing to fund, right? Like they might want to fund things specific to, I don't know, the grain industry or something like that. So just do a little bit of research. Make sure that you can kind of mold your project into what they're asking for to get the money. So yes, do research on where the money is coming from. There's there's one huge grant where I live that has recently changed. Actually, it might be Jerome. No, there's one called the Bush Foundation. And that recently changed where they did give individual artist grants to do creative work, but they changed it to now they're really focusing on grants that do arts things, grants for arts related things and non-arts related things, arts and agriculture I think is what it is, but specific to the Native American community. So obviously that makes me ineligible, but I could be eligible if I was coming up with some project that had some connection to the Native American community, which would not be something that would probably work very well. My work doesn't intersect that very well. So if I was to go after that grant, that's going to probably be a waste of time, right? So just make sure you know some of those things. The job of the grant panel is to remove grants from consideration. Think about this as you read through your materials. Here's what I mean by that. When you apply for a grant, the organization that's running that grant is going to put together a panel of artists. And usually that panel is going to be past grant recipients. I've been on hundreds of these panels. But what the panelists are asked to do is read through the grants, make sure that they qualify, and pick who gets the grant, right? But you have to imagine how this works in reality. In reality, how it works is I'm getting a stack of grants this big. Like it is 2,000 or 3,000 pages of material I'm supposed to read through, okay? And I've got about 2 weeks to do it. So I'm gonna read fast. And I'm going to eliminate stuff as fast as I can. My job is to go through and find out who not to give it to. That's way easier than figuring out who to give it to. So I'm gonna scan through stuff, I'm gonna see like, this person spelled some words wrong. Dumb. Sweet. Because remember, my job is to get rid of some of these. So misspellings, bad punctuation, poorly formatted stuff. People who, I've had people like, I think they spray perfume or something on their grants to like make it more appealing or something. Makes me sick, throw it away. Pass. So you've got to read through your grant proposals and make sure that you've dotted your I's. It is clean as day. Now, in the age of AI that we are in, can you use AI to write your grant panel, your grants? Yes. There is no okay, so how do we say this? The grant, a requirement of a grant is not being able to be good at writing grants, right? This is a grant that is going to support you as a composer, right? So there's no requirement that you be a good writer. However, you've got to write it good if you want to get the grant. So there are people who are professional grant writers who will write grants for you. They're very expensive, so don't do that. But write the grant yourself, but use proofreaders. Ask all your friends to proofread and tell them, especially if you know anyone who's good at grants, ask them to proofread. Use AI to help you craft the language, use better language if you need that help. Use it. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as it's saying things that are truthful and you believe what it's saying. Don't just say, write me a grant. What I would do, and have done, to be totally honest, is write the grant and then paste it into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to polish this up, make this flow a little bit better, use a little bit better language, and double check what it spits out. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I totally have no problem with that. So long as you're not lying or anything. I was going to say something else about that. Grant writers, AI, I forgot. Moving on. God, it's going to bug me. What was I going to say? What was I talking about just before grant writers?
AI?
Yeah, I was going to tell you some story about
Wash it up and fix language.
Okay, doesn't matter. Another tip I can give you about a grant is that I do remember what I was going to say. Okay, I have a friend who was actually faculty here a couple years ago in Minneapolis. Her name's Mary Ellen Childs. Anyone ever hear of her? She's a great composer. She's amazing. She's also just a great person all around. And she is a ninja at getting grants. Like, she doesn't teach, she full-time gets grants.
What's her name?
Mary Ellen, 2 words, Childs.
Ellen George Childs?
Mary Ellen, Ellen Childs. She gets a lot of grants. She's really good at grants. So whenever I have the opportunity and I'm working on a grant, I send it over to her and say, can you take a look at this, see what you think, give me any advice? It's great. You know, like anyone that's good at grants that's willing to give you pointers on what the panel might be looking for, especially if it's someone who's got that grant before, that's helpful. One of the worst things you can do is apply for and get a grant that you don't really want. In other words, you see like, here's $10,000 on the table and I could get it if I did some project. And maybe you want the $10,000, but you don't really want to do that project, but you want the money. So you apply for the grant and you get it, and now you have to do that project. This really sucks. Don't do that. Because it's really like putting shackles on yourself. Like you're gonna have to do that project now. And it's gonna follow you around and that's gonna kind of suck. So watch out for that. The money isn't worth like the 6 months of misery you're gonna be in doing a project you don't really want to do. Okay, I put investors on here because people always ask me about this. We kind of already talked about it, but there is some sort of idea that you could find an investor willing to just like invest money in your career, like back in the 1900s where composers survived by having a wealthy benefactor. That doesn't really happen anymore. The term investor means that someone's going to give you a whole bunch of money for exchange in a stake of your future earnings. And so the investor is making an investment in, if he's giving money to you, in the artist, because he said, okay, you're gonna be huge, you're gonna be a billionaire. So I'm gonna give you $100,000 now, and I'm gonna take 10% of everything you make for the rest of your life. Now that might be a good gamble for you, but it's not for the investor. Like, you're not gonna be a billionaire, come on. You know what I mean? Like, this is avant-garde art we're talking about. Like, investors do not invest in this. They invest in Facebook. So don't plan on that happening. Cool. Any questions about grants? I can talk about grants all day, but just look around, look at your university, look at your state arts board, look at regional arts boards, look at any big foundations in your city. Atlanta, I know, has 1 million grants. I don't know about your cities, but
I wouldn't be surprised if South Bend had something.
Every state has something. Some states have more than others, but it's not just states, it's also foundations. So look up big nonprofit foundations in your area. And nationally, you know, you can go to like the American Composers Forum website. There's a list of grants. Look at those grants, apply for some, you know. The national ones are gonna be harder to get, but you know, you got a shot, so go for it. Some grants aren't even money. Some grants are like, you know, big orchestra performances or something like this. You could have got a grant to come here and pay for this. That would have happened. If there was a foundation that you were aware of to pay for it, you could easily do that. I'm going on a trip to the North Pole in a month and a half, paid for by the state of Minnesota. Thanks, tax dollars. Okay, so grants, free money with strings attached. You don't have to pay that money back, ever, but you do have some requirements. There will be requirements that say what you have to do to fulfill the grant, and it will be to do the project, and sometimes more. Sometimes it will be that you have to give a presentation on the project. You have to include certain language on the project. This is very, very common. To where, like, if you're gonna write a big piece of music, they might require on the score page, you write, funded in part by blah, 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 blah. It's very common. And that's okay, it's cool. It's not like an advertisement or anything, it's just saying, who gave you the money to do it? And if they gave you the money, then you should acknowledge it. Okay, moving on. Media composer stuff. More fun. Alright. So, if you want to get into this, so by media composer, I'm talking about film, television, advertising, video games, primarily. So what you should do right now if you want this to be your life. Number one, write a lot of stuff. In my experience, places like film studios, game studios, care zero about your degrees and your accolades and all that stuff. They don't give a shit. What they care about is if you can write. If you can write good stuff. So the most important thing is your portfolio. Like showing that you've got a lot of music, you've written a lot of stuff, you can write under a lot of different circumstances, and in some cases you might need to prove that you can write quickly, especially for film. So write a lot of stuff, show that you've got a lot of stuff. Create a diverse portfolio. The more random, the better. It's kind of a funny way to say that. But if you can show that you can do a lot of different styles. Yeah. I have this friend named Ben. Ben teaches film scoring at Berkeley. He used to be full-time with, I can't remember, Blizzard, I think. Games. He's a really brilliant guy, a really lovely guy. And he was telling me, I was like, one day I asked him, what's the most important skill for a film composer to have? Other than being able to write music. Pretty well. And his answer was really surprising. It was music history. Why? Why do you think it's true? Any guesses? You know, cop drama set in modern day Italy. The next day you might be working on something set in, you know, Game of Thrones era. You know, the next day you might be doing like a medieval something, and the next day you might be doing some like future space thing. So if you can understand, like, if I'm writing music in the era of like the 1700s, what is it about that music that makes it sound like it's from the 1700s, right? Like, what are my forms? What are my modes? What are my, you know, turns of phrase? What are my ornaments? You know, all of these things. Then you're going to be able to more quickly write music that fits into that genre much better. So really understanding the music of the different periods in order to basically like trick the audience that this is music that existed back then, right? So music history is actually really important. So if you're building a portfolio, you want to be able to show that you've got a lot of different stuff like that. So show that you can write something that's, you know, sounds like it's in the Renaissance, something that sounds like it's classical, something that's like totally electronic and futuristic, something that's, you know, modern or whatever, something that's ambient for like a cutscene or whatever. You're always just, the more diversity, the better. It's kind of the opposite of what I think about doing with my own personal career to music. Like, I want my music to sound like me, and I work kind of hard to make it sound like my voice. But in this world, that's a little different, you know? There is maybe a fine line, right? There are some composers in this world that I can think of that have this very special talent of writing music that sounds like, you know, the period that the game is set in or the film is set in, but also has their own voice to it. The one that comes to mind is Bear McCreary, if anyone knows his work. He's really interesting stuff.
How do you spell B-A-R-O-N?
B-A-R is his first name. And the last name is M-C-M, no, M-C, McCreary. I don't really know. R-E-A-R-Y, something like that. He's the music for kind of like darker, scary stuff, like The Walking Dead, the older Battlestar Galactica, and then I think he's been doing video game stuff. I'm not totally up on what those are called, but it's a really interesting guy. Musically, I don't know anything about it personally, really, but his music kind of has a vibe that's him, but it also fits in with what's going on. So I've been a fan of this. Yeah, diverse portfolio. The more random, the better. Score some student films. So if you are all at some sort of university now, reach out to your film department and just reach out to the professors in the film department and say, hey, I'm a music student, I write music, I want to get into films. Do you have any students that need music for their project, or can I come and talk to some students in a class about what it's like to write music, whatever. But there's people making films at your university who wish they had music for them, right? So all you gotta do is like shoot that email out to the film teachers, and more than likely they're going to try to pair you up with a film student who's doing interesting work. And then poof, you've got your first film gig. The first film gig I ever got was this exact thing, except I already knew the guy. The guy was, the filmmaker was a keyboardist that I had played with. He was actually a pretty good keyboardist, but film was his major, that was his main thing. And it was a really funny experience because both of us, I was an undergrad, both of us really didn't know what we were doing. And he made this short film about this old man in a retirement home who spent before he was in the retirement home, the majority of his life, in his house he had this little farfisa organ. You know what a farfisa organ is? It's kind of like if you imagine like a little organ that your grandma has in their house, that's a farfisa organ. It's like a little, I don't know. It's a reed organ? What's that? A reed organ? Kinda, yeah. Like, not a toy organ, but like, I picture like a small,
I've seen items before, yeah.
So he had one of these, and now that's all he has left from like his life before. So he's in this nursing home, he has this little farfisa organ, and he basically stares out the window all day. So, but the cut of the film he gave me didn't have any audio in it at all. So he wanted me to write a bunch of music on a farfisa organ. He gave me a farfisa organ to work on. And so I wrote all this music on the farfisa organ, but there was no dialogue, no voiceover, no nothing, no sound at all. So I was like, okay, and I didn't get a script. So I just thought, okay, this is cool. This is a really sad old man staring out the window all the time. So I wrote this like really sad music. I was pretty proud of it. It was just like slow, very melancholy, just going on. And I gave it to him, put it in the film, sent it back to him. And he's like, this is cool, but this is like a comedy about this old man. But like, I didn't have any dialogue or anything. It was totally wrong for the film. I ended up using that music for something else later on, but I had to completely redo it for his thing. Apparently there's this voiceover going that wasn't recorded yet of like the inner monologue of this man, and he's like this pervy old man or something like that, I don't remember. But it was supposed to be really funny, and the farfisa organ music is supposed to be almost like circusy. So I had to redo it as circus music, but it was funny. Anyway, student films are a great way to get some credits going. And that goes even farther because years later, that same guy, moved out to LA, got funding for his first real film project, and hired me to do the score for it. So those things, carry forward. On that note, make friends, classmates, professors, and performers can help you with recommendations and word of mouth. You never know where someone's gonna end up. So, be a nice person. Build a reputation as a friendly person who gets things done on time. I think that's on every slide I have here. So, FYI, that's important. Find advertising agencies in your city. Even second-tier cities have a few. These companies need music. Advertising agencies are like the unknown cash cow of the music world. You find someone who does ads, a good advertising agency, they tend to work on big budgets, and with big companies, they always need music. They're more than happy just to go to a library and buy some generic music, but a lot of them would rather work with a local person. And the companies that they're working for would also rather work with a local person too. So what I would do is, once you get a good portfolio together, put it online, make an online portfolio. And an online portfolio could be just a really well-curated SoundCloud page. That's fine. Put that together, and then I would print up like a business card. Make a business card that says your name, composer, and that SoundCloud link. And then I would literally physically go to these advertising agencies and hand out that card and try to meet some people. Just say, check out my music, I would love to license some stuff or write things directly for you. And you'll probably get some calls, I think. Okay, last one on this list, get an agent. Certainly makes things a lot easier. Can I sit here? No, that's great. Cool. If you can find a licensing house in your city, try to get a publishing deal with them. So, let's talk about it now. So, for licensing, so a licensing house would be like a company whose job it is to find music to put into media, various media. Each company kind of has their own niche a lot of the time, but you'd be surprised that these media or these licensing houses exist in more than just New York and LA. They exist, there's 3 of them in Minneapolis that I know of. There's got to be at least 10 in Atlanta. Where are you again?
Closest big city is Chicago, but South Bend is where I'm at.
Yeah, there's probably one in South Bend, actually. There's definitely a bunch in Chicago. Where are you again?
Connecticut.
Connecticut. What city?
New Haven.
Oh, New Haven, okay. There's probably one in New Haven, 1 or 2 in New Haven. So find these licensing houses. If you can get an exclusive deal with them where they just take everything you give them, that's great. But if not, there's actually a reason that you might not want to do that. But if you can just get like a deal where they take certain pieces, like a few pieces here and there, and they license them, it can be really great. You don't have to give them all your A-game stuff. The agent that I work with told me once that there was a moment where they had a desperate need for string music. And I was like, okay, I got a ton of string music. And she's like, send me everything you got. So I sent her like some string quartets and some other pieces of mine, some electronic things that were kind of stringish. And then I was like, I have all these like old student recordings. They're live recordings. They're not very good recordings. The music's fine. And she used some of that. And the reason is she explained it to me as there's some situations where they don't need like a perfect, crystal clear, like professionally recorded thing. Like a poorly recorded thing can work. If there's like a scene in a show where they're sitting around listening to a radio, like a poorly recorded student string quartet playing on the radio can work just fine. You know what I mean? So you can actually make a little bit of money out of those old recordings, or current recordings as it were. Obviously a good quality recording is better, but you know, you might be sitting on some cash with some of those student recordings. So a second ago, I said there's a reason that you might not want an exclusive contract. So here's what it is. We gotta jump around a little bit to explain this because it's weirdly complicated. So, who has a PRO set up? Yes? Yes? Okay. Which one?
ASCAP.
What are you? What are you saying?
That's it.
Good. Me too. It doesn't matter which one, I was just curious. So, okay, so we're all with ASCAP. So, are you set up as a publisher or just as a writer?
Just as a writer.
Just as a writer?
Barely know what any of it means.
Cool.
I'm a writer, but I wanted to do publishing myself.
Okay, but you haven't set up as a
I haven't
publisher.
set it up.
And you've done both. Good for you. You get the gold star. Okay, so we're gonna come back to this and explain that in a minute. But let's assume you're set up as a writer and a publisher for now. So the way the dumb law works for this whole shtick is when you're a writer, you get 50% of the royalty, right? And the publisher, no matter what, gets 50%. If you don't have a publisher, that 50% goes away. So, when you do a licensing deal like this, what it means is the agency is going to take your publishing. That's what you're signing over. Okay, so now let's think about this. The 2020 thing is a good example. So I signed over a whole string quartet to them. So that means that when so they license it out, right? And they get it put in like a national show that's being distributed on Netflix. That's great. I get writer's share of that royalties. They get publishing share. Okay, that's how it works. That's a good deal for me, right? Because I still get 50% of a bunch of new money that I wouldn't have otherwise got. However, the downside of this, and this is a big downside and a big gamble, is that if the Coronas Quartet decided to play that string quartet and record it, I'm still only getting the writer's share. That agency owns the publisher share. Does that make sense? So, I'm not going to get the publisher share, ever, again, for that piece. So, that's why having a deal where you sign everything that you write over to a licensing house is not the best idea if you're writing concert music, right? Because you're going to lose half your royalties if something pops and you get a big performance, right? You're going to miss out on the publishing. Basically, the licensing house is your publisher. They're more than happy for you to get that big Coronas Quartet album release because they're going to make a bunch of money for having done nothing. That's just the gamble we take. So, those old recordings you have of student pieces, sign them to a licensing house. That's great. You're not going to make any money off those anyway. But, your latest big orchestra piece that you're trying to get a performance of, maybe not so much. But also remember that they're primarily licensing recordings, not scores so much. So you need a recording of it to license it over. But they are taking the piece. So they take the publishing, and the gamble you take is if it ends up getting a lot of performances, you're going to miss out on half the money. But if it's on a national show that's distributed on Netflix, then you're going to make some money anyway. So, that's the gamble. If it's electronic, like dance music, that I don't make hardly any performing royalties on, right? Even when I do get ASCAP royalties for that music, it's way less because it's not concert music, so it's like way, way, way less. I can get a lot of radio play and get, not that much in royalties from it. So licensing that over is a no-brainer, right? Because the amount I'm going to get from the licensing is better than what I'm missing out on as the publisher. Dig? Cool?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right. I think that's the end of this thing. Okay, cool. So we got through my hour-long presentation over the last 4 hours. Okay. While we're on the topic, okay, this is good. Okay, so here's my other little presentation. This one, we're not going to go through in as much detail, but this one has a lot to do with the PRO stuff. So I want to go through the PRO and make sure you all understand it. Okay. This is a concept that I find really interesting. Currency of copyright. So, when you create intellectual property, which you are constantly doing, so does anyone know what intellectual property is? Art, anything you make. If I scribble on a napkin, it's intellectual property. It's basically anything. It's things that I own that were made purely by my brain juice. So when you make something, a piece of intellectual property, there are instantly all these rights attached to it. You make the thing, but then there's this complicated web of rights you have. It's I wish I could if I was really good with CGI animation or something, I would make a video that shows here's this thing I made and all of these things coming off of it that are just amazing. Anyway, some of those rights are things like this. Copyright, right? You have the right to copy it and no one else does. You can give that right to somebody, you could sell that right to somebody else, but assuming you've done nothing, you are the one that has the right to copy it. You are the one that has the right to regulate performances of it. Now you can dish that out to other people, but at the moment, you have it. Mechanical rights. Anyone know what that is? You know what that is? No?
No clue.
Mechanical right is the right to record it. A lot of these terms go all the way back to the 1920s or so. So mechanical would be the right to have it done on a player piano. A mechanical piano. That's where we get that from. Dumb, but that's what we still call it. So the right to record it. The synchronization right. The right to put it into a film or movie. The right to license it to a film or movie. Dramatic or grand rights, the right to have it used in a play or theater or whatever. The right of publicity, this one's slightly different, but it's the right that you have to, the right to represent yourself with the work. So for example, if you guys decided to find a local print shop in town and make t-shirts that had my face on it and just walk around town with these t-shirts with my face on it, I could sue you under right of publicity. I have the right to control my face, the image of my face, right? There's a lot of very famous cases of this that are really funny. There was one big one in Minnesota that happened a couple years ago, right after Prince died. The local basketball team decided to change their color, the color of their uniforms, to purple. And the estate of Prince sued under the right of publicity because that is a Prince thing. So this is, complicated, but for sale doctrine, you have the right to sell something. This would be if I bought something, I then have the right to sell it again. That is the right. And there's actually a whole bunch more. All of these rights can be sold, bought, rented, leased, bartered with, or given away. We're going to focus on 2 of these, performance rights and sync and mechanical rights. So I guess 3, technically. These are similar. Isn't that wild? Like you make something, there's like all these like crazy weird rights associated with it. I find it like really fascinating. Okay, so performing rights. That's what we're talking about with the PRO, right? So performing rights organization. Let's do it. Do you know the history of why we have PROs?
Okay, I've heard this at some point in time, but I don't remember it anymore.
It's actually kind of a wild story. Is it Victor Hubert? Is that the name I'm trying to remember? Yes, Victor Hubert. 1917. Okay, so what happened was composer Victor Hubert, he's like a Tin Pan Alley composer, like songwriter back in the 1920s or so, 1910s. So it's 1917, Victor Hubert's in New York, he goes to a restaurant, very fine restaurant, he sits down and he has dinner and there's a pianist there. The pianist is entertaining customers of the restaurant, and that pianist on that particular night decides to play the songbook of Victor Hubert. So he's sitting there, he's listening to this pianist play his own music, play Victor's music, right?
Yeah.
Got it, okay. And so he sits there, he's eating dinner, he's enjoying his dinner, and then the bill comes, and he says, I'm not going to pay this. And they say, why? He says, you've been using my music to entertain your entire clientele this whole night. You should be paying me. Like, why am I not getting paid? And they say, that's not how it works. You need to pay for your meal. So lawsuits were filed. This whole dinner fiasco went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And eventually, he was found to be correct. He should have been paid for them using his music to entertain their guests. And so Congress established what became ASCAP. It was the first one, American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, which you are all members of. So ASCAP comes along. Years later, some people decided that, or some people thought that maybe ASCAP wasn't doing a good enough job or whatever, and started a second one called BMI. And years after that, there's a third one called CSAC. CSAC is more popular, I've been told, in Canada. And CSAC is the only one of these that's not a nonprofit. CSAC, I believe, is a for-profit company. So it works a little bit differently, and I don't really know very much about CSAC. I'm ASCAP. ASCAP and BMI are both great. They're effectively the same thing. People ask me which one should you choose, and I always say, I don't know, flip a coin. Doesn't matter, but do one of them. Now, I will say, well, 2 things about this. One is that these are the PROs in the US. Every country has their own PROs. There's an Italian PRO, there's German ones, every country has their own. They tend to talk to each other. So when you get a performance here, the local PRO, which it might, probably will, it will eventually, there's agreements with all of them. So it will eventually make its way back to ASCAP, and you will get that royalty. It can take a weirdly long time though. It might be like 2 years from now. You might get like a little ASCAP money and they'll be like, oh yeah, performance in Italy. So it takes a long time. What was the other thing I was going to say about this? Oh yeah. Side note. I have a bit of a problem with the whole PRO process. I do not like it. I think it is, like, if we go back to that Victor Hubert example, was Victor Hubert right in that he should have been paid for them using his music to entertain the clients? Do you believe he was right, or do you believe he was wrong?
I think it's
He was right? Yeah. Then you are like most people, it's good. I think he might have been wrong. I mean, hear me out. The pianist presumably went to a music store and bought that music and is now playing it, why does, every time you play it, does he have to like pay the composer a tribute to use it? Think about, if I bought, an analogy would be, I went to a hardware store and I bought a hammer and I built a house. Every time I go into that house, I have to pay the maker of that hammer a couple cents. Somebody built my house. Every time I live in my house, I have to pay a little bit to the person that made that house. If all industries worked this way, no one would ever have any money ever. We'd all be a couple cents here, a couple cents there, a couple cents there. It's very strange that music works this way when nothing else does. Now, if that's me as like a semi-political radical thinking, but if I think as a composer, yes, I want that money. Take the money, right? That's what Craig Rice says. So I'm a little bit torn on this. And I've gotten actually in quite a bit of trouble with ASCAP. They don't like me a whole lot. And the reason is I've kind of done a few little experiments on end runs around ASCAP. The one that got me in the most trouble was I started putting on all my scores this block of text that says, it was simple 2 sentences that I put on every printed score that I released. And the 2 sentences were, permission to duplicate granted. Report all performances to the composer. That's all it said. In other words, here's a piece of piano music. Like I had a piano piece for a while that was making the rounds. A lot of people were playing this piano piece. And someone would go up to that pianist and say, I liked that piece, can I get a copy of it? And they'd say, yeah, I can photocopy it for you. It says that's allowed here. That's not usually allowed, but that's allowed by this composer. You just gotta shoot him an email and tell him where you performed it. So I started getting all of these performances because my music was freaking easy to copy. And then ASCAP was paying me out like kind of a lot. And they were like, well, wait, now this isn't okay. You can't just do that. Because I realized that selling sheet music was less profitable than just giving it away and getting the ASCAP royalties, right? So they slapped my hand about that a few times. And I didn't stop doing it, I just kind of got less into sheet music. Like a lot of my music doesn't exist on sheet music, but I'm doing electronic things and stuff like that. So, but they don't like it when you do that. They want ASCAP is a very traditional thing. They've also gotten involved in using our money that they make, because that's what funds them, is a little chunk of our money. You know, they skim a little bit off the top to fund their organization, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is they've gotten involved in some politics that I don't agree with, and that they're using my money for that. You know, so every year or so I think I should really resign from ASCAP, and I think if I do it, I would not join BMI. I think I would kind of make a stand as a PRO-free composer. I haven't done that yet though, because I do like money. That's the problem. I like my politics, but I also like my money. So, we'll see. Anyway, back to business. Okay, the publisher and the PRO. So this is what we were just talking about with the other thing we were talking about a minute ago. So, the law says, back in the Victor Hubert world, when they set up ASCAP, they said, remember this is like the 1920s, so they could not imagine the existence of a world where you would consume music in any way other than sheet music, right? That was all there was. If you wanted to play music, you bought the sheet music. So that meant that the publisher was a critical part of the process. So the artist got 50% and the publisher gets 50%. That's the way it was set up, and that's the way it still works, as weird as it is. Since very, very few of us use a big publisher, right? Almost everyone, including me, is self-published. So now we have this weird process where we have to like set up a publishing entity, set up a writing entity, connect the two to get our money. It's dumb. That's the way it works. Right. So that's why you two need to go into ASCAP. I think if you go into the website, there's a way to do it somehow where you create a publishing entity. It's fun. You can give it whatever name you want. It's like naming a band. You can name it like yournamepublishing.com. Or not .com, but Your Name Publishing. Or you can name it whatever you want. There used to be a rule, and probably still is, that the publishing name needs to be unique. So you can't have a publishing name that somebody else in the world has. At this point, is leading us to get a little creative with our publishing names. I had two. When I set everything up when I was younger, I had this really cool word, and I was like, my publishing is going to be called hyperacusis. That's going to sound awesome. It did sound kind of awesome. I really liked it. Till I learned a little bit more about that word and realized it's not really very okay. Hyperacusis is like a neurological condition where like everything, it's like if there was a wire connecting your ear to your brain, and on that wire there was a volume knob, and for most people it's set to 1. Hyperacusis means it's set to 11. And it's like everything is painfully loud, and it basically means that people who have this condition, eventually most of them kill themselves. It's very, very debilitating. So after I kind of got tuned into that, I was like, maybe I don't want to do that. It's a little insensitive. So I changed it to Hackademic, or Hackademica. That's what it is now. So do that. Get your money. What the PRO pays on. So the PRO pays for performances in licensed venues around in the US. But again, a similar one will pay for licensed venues in the rest of the world. So a licensed venue tends to be most venues, most like concert venues are going to have an ASCAP license. So, any kind of traditional concert hall. Also, bars, clubs, some coffee shops, anything that plays music, even just like plays the radio, is supposed to have an ASCAP license, but a lot of them don't, and the ASCAP police, which are real, are pretty, they're kind of thugs. They came after my dad. I'm not joking. The ASCAP police came after my dad. My dad called me, he's like, who the fuck are these people? Why do I care about this? And the reason they came after him, this is part of why I don't like ASCAP. Because I think this is wrong. I think what happened with my dad is straight up wrong. What they did is, so my dad was, he's retired, he lives in Minneapolis now. But until then, he lived in Michigan, small town where we grew up. So he was like he was involved in like small town politics a little bit. Like he helped run the city a little bit. He did good stuff. But I guess one thing that they did is they got some state money, I think, to install little speakers along like the main street of this small town. And around Christmas time, they would play Christmas music to get people to come to the main street and buy stuff from little shops. It was nice. But they did not have an ASCAP license to play that Christmas music in a little small town. And they came after it. And they're like, you need a license, you need to pay all this money to do it. And I don't know what they ended up doing, but it was stupid. At one point, he asked me if I would write some music that would be played every day in this town. And I refused. It was like, people are gonna hate that after a couple of days. We're gonna go nuts. Anyway, so the ASCAP police are real. So, licensed venues. Most legitimate concert halls are licensed venues. bars, club, anything that has consistently live music is going to be a licensed venue probably. Churches are, I believe, exempt from ASCAP licenses, which means churches don't have to pay the fees, but it also means typically we don't get paid for performances in churches, which is a bummer, church musicians.
Which means you have to go through the parochial office if you want to have any chance of getting paid. Which is why church musicians only get paid if you work for them.
Yeah. Cool. So a couple other things about what they pay for. They pay for performances. No one really knows the crazy math that they use to figure out how much you're going to get paid. But what we do know is that you get paid more for essentially what I believe is the difficulty of performance, not the difficulty of the music, but like how hard is it to get, how rare is a performance of it, right? So if you have a piece that is for a 100-piece orchestra, that's going to pay significantly higher than one of my dance music tracks, right? That has no live performers. So orchestra pays the most. I'll tell you, I had a piece performed by the Minnesota Orchestra, and I bought a car. It was like good royalty day. That was like an anomaly. I didn't expect that to happen because I got this like $10,000 check, and then I was like, this can't be real. So I like cashed it like right away. And then the next month, my publisher check came for 10 grand. I was like, what the fuck? This is awesome. We get more orchestra performances. I still think that was too high. Like that was weird. But whatever. They never took it back. So you get paid more for those. So the length of the piece affects it, the type of venue affects it a little bit, and the instrumentation, the amount of people, all of these things play into it. A friend of mine one time tried to game the system a little bit by buying an ASCAP license for his living room. And it kind of worked because his living room was classified as a very small venue, so the ASCAP license was cheap. And then he just started inviting us all over to have like listening parties all the time, which counts as a performance. So like 3 or 4 times a week, there was a concert in his living room, an ASCAP licensed venue. So we were all getting these small royalty checks from this. Ended up not lasting all that long, but okay, the publisher gets paid the same as the artist, and then setting up a PRO account, go online, do it, you know how to do that. You've already done it. Cool. But wait, there's more! Most musicians I meet forget that there is more money owed to them than just the performance royalties. PROs are good, but old school in what they track. So, how are any of you set up with Sound Exchange? No. There's probably money waiting for you in Sound Exchange. So go to Sound Exchange and set up an account. Don't do it right now, but so Sound Exchange covers webcasting, collects royalties for digital performances, the use of the recording. So what is webcasting? Is like a very like 90s term, but it basically translates to what's the word? Hold on. Oh man, look at my notes. Interactive, that's what I'm looking for. Non-interactive streaming is what webcasting means. Interactive streaming means you can control what you hear. You can hit next, you can set up a playlist, things like that. Non-interactive streaming is basically internet radio, right? Pandora is non-interactive streaming. So Sound Exchange is going to cover Pandora, any kind of internet radio that your music may have been played on, and a couple other things like that. Randomized playlist services, other internet streaming where the user can now select songs. If you don't register for Sound Exchange, you miss out on that money. It did happen to me and a bunch of people I know that they heard about Sound Exchange, you go to Sound Exchange, you sign up, you prove who you are by kind of like connecting the iTunes account or something like that. And then after you do that, they say, hey, we've been looking for you. Here's some money. It's kind of neat. So, do that. Song Trust collects for the same thing as Sound Exchange, except not for uses of the recording, but for uses of the composition. Must have commercial releases to register a work with Song Trust. So this is for the recording, and this is for the composition. Both of these services, if I remember correctly, do not require any money to register for. So there is absolutely no reason not to do it. So do that. There, I just made you some money, probably. Okay. This gets into licensing, which we've already talked a little bit about. Is there anything here that we haven't talked about? Thing takes advantage of your sync and mechanical rights. It's effectively a lease for the rights for a specific purpose. There's a lot of licensing opportunities now. Let's talk about that. You'd be surprised at how many licensing opportunities there are now. Since the in the last 15 or so years, the amount of licensing opportunities have skyrocketed due to primarily one pop culture phenomenon. Does anyone know what it is?
TikTok.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't hurt, but take another guess. Older than that.
Spotify.
What?
Spotify?
Nope.
YouTube?
Nope. Bigger. Way bigger. Well, not bigger than YouTube, probably, but. What was that?
MTV.
You're on the right track. MTV started this trend, but now it's everywhere. Reality TV. Yes. So, what happens in reality TV? In reality TV, there's a shit ton of content that gets created every day, and it needs a ton of music. They need so much music in reality TV. You know, when you've got like Real Housewives of Alba or whatever, there's like a ton of footage, and there's almost non-stop music in the background for these things because these shows are boring as shit. So they need like music happening like all of the time. But reality TV goes beyond Real Housewives of Alba. It goes into like National Geographic Channel, fishing shows. You know, like these have music non-stop. All of these crazy shows, the Hallmark Channel, the fishing show. I say fishing shows a lot because I had a student who got a full-time job writing music for fishing shows.
Awesome.
Is crazy, and that sounds crazy, but that was his dream job. Like he was a mandolin player. He wrote this like kind of cool. He's really good. Like what's the word? I don't know. What am I trying to think of? I don't want to say country, but like, yeah, folksy country kind of thing. And he really liked fishing, so like this kid was great, I guess. NASA needs tons of music. NASA puts out tons of videos of tutorial videos, just kind of like explanation videos of what they're doing, what they're working on. A lot of these aren't for public consumption, so you don't see them. They still need music for them.
Well, how would you get in contact with all of them? Like, you just do like sync housing?
That's a tough one. Well, it depends. Let's pick one to look at. NASA. I have a student who did that. A student of mine found a bunch of NASA videos online, looked at who the video producer was, Googled them, reached out to them, and said, "I'd like to give you a bunch of music. Can we work together?" and they licensed a bunch of music, and eventually they hired him to write new music. So it takes a little bit of research, but look for who's making the videos, who's in charge of that, and reach out to them, offer them some music. But there's so much reality TV. You don't have to like the show to take their money. So yes, influx of licensing opportunities because of reality TV and other stuff. Why you need to be ready for licensing? No, why you need to be ready. I think I meant to say what you need to do to be ready for licensing. So if you want to license your music, in order to be set up correctly, you need to be licensed with a PRO, publisher and artist. No one's going to license your music if they don't have that. In fact, if you get a licensing offer, the first thing they're going to ask you is, what's your ASCAP or BMI member number? Because they need to connect it to your account. If you go into ASCAP and search for an artist and you look at someone like me, what you're going to see there is a bunch of my music, but you're also going to see like a bunch of random stuff. And what those are pieces that I have licensed that got re-licensed under the other publisher, and they put some name on it, usually related to the scene or show that it got used in. So I found in my ASCAP library, like, there's something really funny in there. There's like 10 versions of a piece called like Golden Girls or something like that. I don't know what it is or why it is, but the licensing people put it in there for some reason. So you have to have that. You need a recording of the piece, we talked about that. You need to own 100% of the recording. You cannot have uncleared samples in it or anything like that. If there's a performer that's not you on it, you need to be sure that you have the rights to use it. The easiest way to do that is just to get a very simple work for hire contract and have them sign it when they record it. So you just need to make sure there's no dangling threads like that. If there's anything like that you have to like, oh well, I need to get this performer involved, they have a say in this and all that stuff, the licensing agencies are just going to say, nah, it's too complicated, I'm moving on. So you need to make sure that the recordings are completely cleared and you completely own them. Which is easy to do. Just talk to the performers, get them to sign a thing that says they don't have any ownership in it. No existing license agreements on the song in question. So you can't license things multiple times. Now you can license things multiple times, but it's tricky and the licensing agent needs to do it. So basically, if you have a piece of music and like a car company wants to use that piece of music in a commercial, what you're going to have to do, so if they want to use it, if a car company wants to use it in a commercial, they're going to say, we want to use this piece, and they're going to sign a contract that gives them the exclusive market to use that piece, which means no other car commercial can use that piece. They can't relicense it to another car commercial. Because if Ford and, I don't know, Tesla both put out a commercial at the same time, they both use the same music, they're both going to look stupid. They don't want to do that, right? So you might have an exclusive market for that. Now that doesn't mean, so if you license a piece of music to Ford for a car commercial, cereal commercial, that could be okay. But that's really a decision for like the licensing agent to figure out. There are also regional things in those contracts. So it might be that if Ford licenses a piece of music, they might say, we are going to license this exclusively in the US, which means you cannot license that piece of music at all, again, in the US, but you can outside of the US. You can still license it to something else in Europe or Asia or something like that. All of these contracts will have an expiration date. There's always a length of time involved too. So it might be that Ford has it for 2 years, they can do it, and then it expires, and then you can license it to Toyota or Tesla or whatever after those 2 years. Does that make sense? Let's get into the nitty gritty, but basic as help. Okay. How to get licensing deals, we talked about this. Licensing house, what they do, they're gonna shop your tracks, negotiate deals with production company and studios, and try to sell stuff. Talked about that. How they get paid, typically they're gonna take your publishing. This is what I was talking about. You're gonna give away your publishing royalty. What you give to the licensing house, you give them a track, sign a contract. Oftentimes you have to give them stems of the recording if you have them. Do you know what stems are?
Heard of that before. Complete individual tracks.
Individual tracks, yeah. So usually it's groups of tracks. So if you have a piece for string quartet, right, and it was recorded in a recording studio, the stems in that case are probably going to be an audio file for each instrument, and it's including the space, right, including the empty space. The idea is that there would be 4 audio tracks, that if somebody put those 4 audio tracks into their DAW, lined them up at the beginning, they would sound exactly correct, right? But if it's an orchestra piece that was recorded in a studio, I suppose, then you might have one track that's all the strings, one track that's all the winds, one track that's all the brass, one track that's all the percussion or something like that, right? So it's not going to be each individual instrument in that case, it's going to be families. So it's usually 4 or 5 tracks in those cases, is going to be the stems. Because licensing houses will chop up your tracks and use specific things. They might say, we need this verse to go longer for this scene, and so they'll edit it so that it circles around. They're typically not going to ask you to do that editing for them. They're going to do it. Cool. Can you get licensing deals on your own? Yes, but it's really tricky. Services like taxi, that's what I was talking about, it's very expensive, it's a lottery. Entertainment industry is built on connections, but it's easier to use the connections already established than to build your own. What you should do today, set up a PRO, establish a public entity, register everything you have with the PRO, sound exchange, licensing houses in your area, send them music, whatever you have, as streamable links. So when you send music out, most people want a streamable link. They do not want you to send them a bunch of MP3 files. So make like a good SoundCloud page and send them that link. That's what they want. Want to learn more? Questions? Okay. I don't know what that means. Okay, now, any questions on anything in the world at all?
Can I see that what to do today thing one last time?
Yes. All right, we are doing great on time. The next and last thing I want to do is go through this drive that I gave you the other day and talk about reading contracts, how to adapt them, and the contracts that I gave you. So let's do that, and then we'll be done. All right. Do we need a break, or should we power through? Power through?
Let's do it.
Alright. Okay, so here's that drive I gave you. Business seminar. Okay, I basically just kind of went through one of my hard drives and just threw everything on here. Some of this stuff might be totally useless to you, and that's okay, but now you have it. So, commercial property lease. Leases for commercial property, meaning like a business office kind of thing, it works different than a normal lease for an apartment, whatever. There's a little more complexity to it. It's probably not really relevant to us, but here's the Slam Academy lease, if you want to see that. Commission agreements. Okay, this is Stephen Paulus's commission agreement. I kind of was like, oh, I probably shouldn't share that, but he's dead, so I'm gonna share it. Sorry, that was insensitive. The thing that's really interesting about this is how simple it is. I've seen commission agreements that are very complicated. This one, super easy. Okay, so there's the top stuff. This agreement, blank. So who is the commissioner goes there. Known as organization, commissions a new work from Stephen Paulus or you to be known as composer. Fees, commissioning fee for this composition is going to be blank. This is how much they're going to pay for the piece. Payable in full upon the signing of the agreement by both parties. Delivery of 2 full scores and a complete set of instrumental parts suitable for performance and completion of a 2-day residency at blank surrounding the premiere performance. Now you may get rid of this if you want. I don't think he did this for he obviously didn't do this for every piece, but it's nice. A lot of places like to do that. If they're going to commission you, they want you to come and hang out for a few days. So it's on there. You can easily just delete that part though. Music prep fee, engraving of the score and instrumental parts, and reproduction of the music performance materials for this composition is estimated to be blank. Now this is actually kind of interesting because what he's saying here is that you're going to pay me, like let's say this is $5,000. You're going to pay me $5,000 to write this piece. You're also going to pay me another maybe $100. Well, no, if this is engraving, it's going to be more than that. So it might be another $1,000 here. You're going to pay the engraving costs and the duplication costs for everything also. So that's nice. That's nice for you. Specifics, duration of the work, scoring of the work, delivery date, proposed date of the performance. Should it become necessary for the organization to postpone the premiere of the work, the organization will retain the exclusive right to the world premiere for a period of up to 1 year from the original scheduled date. So I'm going to write the work for you. If you don't premiere it within a year, I can seek other performances. You have the right to premiere it because ensembles like to premiere stuff, right? It looks good for them. So that's what they want to do. Should the organization choose at any time for any reason to postpone or cancel the premiere of the work, any money still due to the composer must be paid upon completion of the work and delivery of the score. So if there's any dangling threads, you owe me my money. Score information, desired by the organization, a dedicatory line acknowledging the organization and event should be as follows. So like whatever you want the score to say for your dedication, put there. It's maybe decided later. The publisher, which will be Paulus Publications, will provide the organization a complete set of published and bound scores and parts needed from the work. Score prep will be completed in Finale software by the music engraver. Where does it need to be delivered? Contact name for delivery, billing address, contact name, phone number, email. Organization retains the exclusive right to premiere the recording of the work for a period of up to 1 year. Composer retains the copyright. This is all pretty standard stuff, but it's nice and simple and clear. Organization may retain its copies of the score and parts at any time after the premiere at any cost. It's kind of unique to this. Customer payment to the publisher, subject to the following condition. Works for orchestra and chorus, rental items may be performed without royalty payments to the publisher for a period of 2 years. So if you commission the piece, you can perform it all you want for 2 years without paying me more money. But after that, all bets are up. Composers and publishers are under ASCAP. Any and all ASCAP fees will apply when the work is performed in a concert situation and not a religious service. It doesn't count. Additional items, blah, blah, blah. Organization will provide the composer. This is nice. Organization will provide the composer with a recording of the performance. This is also nice. The composer's sole liability to the organization for failure to complete the work will be returned of any fees paid. That means you cannot go after him for damages. So if you commission me for $5,000 to write a piece by some date, something happens and I can't do it, that means I have to give you the $5,000 back and we're good. That's what he's saying. You can't come after me and say, but we had to cancel a concert and that cost X amount of dollars. Yeah, that's on you. So, and then some signatures. So it's, you know, a very simple agreement, actually. So you can use that, modify it to your needs. Hiring agreements, these are things that I use. Here is my current instructor agreement. It's way more complicated. I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but I'll point out a few things. When you're looking at teaching agreements, a contract to hire you as a teacher, one thing that I would keep my eye out for is intellectual property in that agreement. For example, if I'm hiring you to teach and you make materials that you use to teach with, do I own those or do you own those? A shady place will say, we own anything you make for the purposes of teaching. A not shady place will say, any materials that you use to teach are your intellectual property, and we thank you for using them with us. So that's what this one says. So this is very legalish. I didn't write this, my lawyer wrote this. So you can read through that if you want. An NDA contract. You guys know what an NDA is?
Non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, okay. You can read it. A non-disclosure, you'll find non-disclosure agreements all the time in your life. I get them all the time. It basically means I'm going to tell you something that you're not allowed to publicly talk about, basically. And there are good reasons for that. I just had a meeting a couple days ago where this guy, who I've known for a while, business guy, so I was like, hey, let's have coffee, I want to tell you about something. I got there and he like slides me an NDA, I signed it, and he said, okay, let's talk. Because he was talking about a business idea that he's planning on doing, and what I basically signed was an agreement saying, I'm not going to steal this idea and do it myself. Even though, as it turned out, his idea was based on an idea I told him a year ago. I'm a little pissed about this, but I'll deal with that later. So this is a non-disclosure agreement. It's all legal-ish and gross. Non-compete agreement. These just became illegal. Just like a couple weeks ago, Supreme Court said non-compete agreements are no longer legal. A non-compete agreement basically says if I hire you to teach music for my company, you cannot teach music for another company. Like, I can prevent you from doing the same thing for a different company. It's not legal. Now, that's not what this one does. What this one says is that if you teach for my company, any students you get are my company's students. You can't take them with you to another gig, right?
So these are completely illegal then?
I think the way this one is done, it might be legal, but I'd have to have my lawyer look at it. This is the SLAM teaching contract. This one is interesting because it has morality clauses in it. So basically it says, here's how we're going to pay you on this table. And then because the idea behind SLAM Academy was for it to be like kind of this community center type vibe, we included this code of conduct that was important to us. Basically saying, if you treat students like shit, we're gonna fire you and you can't sue us, basically. So pretty simple, but we just wanted it spelled out very directly because it was important.
Did y'all pay like a lawyer to write that?
Yeah, lawyers have written all these. I like to modify contracts, but we hire lawyers to write them.
How much does it cost to get to do? Is it
Funny story. Look at this. Here's a lawyer bill.
Oh.
I was like, hey, you might want to see what a lawyer bill looks like. Let's see. Draft business services agreement costs $350. So $350 an hour is what I'm paying this lawyer. This is a cheap lawyer. Yeah. Not cheap. That's probably average. She's a pretty good lawyer. They are a pretty good lawyer. But this is $1,500 to have them write, one agreement. Funny story. You guys know who Ilhan Omar is? The senator from Minnesota. Kind of one of the controversial ones. She's like one of the very liberal troublemakers of the Senate. I kind of like her. Anyway, she's from Minnesota. This lawyer, Davis, quit being a lawyer to be Ilhan Omar's chief of staff. Oh, sorry. So here's my speaking agreement. So this is, if you want to hire me to come and talk to people, this is what you're going to pay me. Couple things to note here. This is specific to this conference coming up in Miami, but it can be modified easily. The one thing I did here is I said a lot of places will reimburse you for travel on speaking arrangements, and I didn't want to do that. I hate that. Like our reimbursement is like a loan, Like I'm going to pay for all the travel, then you're going to pay it back. But you're not going to pay me interest. So it's basically a bad loan. So what I said here is, I'm not going to do that. You're going to book my flight. Here's my frequent flyer account. So book my flight, book my hotel, let me know what it is, and I'll be there. In addition to paying me money. Tech support cancellations. If you cancel, you still owe me $1,200. Force majeure. Anyone know that phrase? This is, in the old days, we used to have a clause in contracts that would say act of God. That was, and an act of God would be like, if I have a contract to come in and do something in Italy and an act of God happened, I mean like a tornado, something that nobody could predict, So now, just to be a little more politically correct or whatever, we say force majeure, major force, instead of act of God, but basically means the same thing. The event that services are canceled due to natural desire, fire, war, pandemic, act of terrorism, I will be paid all fees above, and the parties will have no additional obligations to another. You got to pay me anyway. It's pretty extreme, whatever it is. I think the reason for that is that when something like that happens, the insurance company would actually pay me. The insurance company for the venue would pay me. Whatever. So anyway, welcome to use that if you like. Lawyer stuff, I don't know, I threw a lawyer bill in there. Licensing stuff. Here's a licensing agreement. This is not one of mine. I think this is one of somebody found online for me. But it goes through compensation, all of the details. Moheen. So yeah. That's song share agreement. I'm not sure what that is. Somebody gave this to me the other day. Okay, there it is. Sponsorship contract. This would be like if you're going on tour and like Budweiser wants to sponsor your tour. This might literally be what that is. Another licensing agreement. Streaming license agreement. This is specifically for like video work. YouTube licensing agreement. Royalties, performing rights, etc. Weird miscellaneous stuff. This is something I found kind of useful. I was just going through my Stephen Paulus files, and this is his database of works. You would, if you did this for your own works, I'm a very organized person. I haven't done this for my own works. But he did, well, his assistant did. Not me, different one. So this is like every work he's ever written. And he's also got album that it's been on, performers, the conductor, whether it's an archive recording or a commercial recording, what recording company, media type, tracks, dates, permission, mechanical license number, and then he knows. It just goes like on and on and on and on and on forever. So I don't know, maybe that's useful to you. Here's a remix agreement to do remixes. This was a file that my assistant Dave found to include just a bunch of music contracts. I haven't really got it yet. Operating agreements. So if you go into business with somebody, you will create, like you start a company with somebody, or you start a band with somebody, or you start collaborating with somebody. You should create an operating agreement. It's basically a contract that says what are the rules, who owns what. Basically, it's, the point of it is to keep you from suing each other. So this is a band operating agreement between like members of a band. It's an LLC operating agreement. Publishing contract. It's a nice one. Record contracts. Here's Kanye's original record contract, if that's interesting to you. Donnie Briscoe, sample record contract. Other recording things, exclusive rights agreement template, master use agreement, and a mechanical license agreement. Residency agreement, this is Stephen Paulus's residency agreement. If you hire him to come and talk, that's what he does. Riders. I almost didn't include these because riders are dumb. We usually, whenever they come up when we talk about them, it's usually to make fun of an artist for them. You guys know what a rider is? A rider is like, what do I have here? The Beatles. Taylor Swift. So, when Taylor Swift plays a concert, when Taylor Swift plays a concert, she has a rider that she sends to the venue that basically says what she needs to perform. Usually it has to do with things that they need in their dressing room to be comfortable, right? So there's all kinds of funny stories about this, right? Like Justin Bieber needs 12 pairs of tube socks and like 10 t-shirts or something like that. Just silly stuff. Some of them are very serious though. So Taylor Swift's is probably wildly different now than it was in 2008, which is what this is from. But let's see what she needs. 1 quart of chocolate milk, grape juice, low-fat cottage cheese, Tostitos, 1 stick of butter, 1 tomato, avocado, orange, Twizzlers, case of Smart Water, Ben & Jerry's chocolate chip ice cream, and then in the bus, they need Smart Water, 1 jar of olives. Now, what's funny is that it's really easy to make fun of artists for their rider and say like, that's very pretentious and it's very diva of her. But these people live on the road, you know? They live on the road. That's actually, if you walked into a kitchen that had only that's not very much stuff. And that's kind of what's going on here. So it's really not that weird. You know, it's very, they want to be comfortable.